Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is CampusNation.com, the Internet Sports Authority. I'm Rick Phillips. We are broadcasting live from the campus of Wilmington High School. Tonight, we have District 2. This is Division 2 District Wrestling right here live from Wilmington High School. I'm Rick Phillips. Bill Raybeck will be along shortly. He's en route. We have a couple other people that will be in and out tonight helping us with the broadcast. Our broadcast will be tonight as well as tomorrow night at about the same time, 3:30, and then we will be here all day on Saturday. This district meet is comprised of 35 teams. These teams have come in from the regionals being Graham, the regionals being Batavia, and in at Clinton Massey. So the regionals here representing these 35 teams, and this is the individual wrestling championships, district championships, and so they will be crowning individual winners, whereas we also have the team type wrestling, and that takes place in a different venue. But tonight there will be many wrestlers here, and you'll see what will appear to be about 3 mats that we will have various wrestling matches on. I'm going to just pan around so that you get sort of an idea. One of the mats that they'll be wrestling on, we've got a closer camera with additional wrestlers going to be participating on that mat. And what we'll try to do, because obviously we're going to have to follow 3 mats at the same time, we're going to have to switch cameras. So if there's anyone in particular that you're wanting to see, we're going to give you a number. You can actually text us, and we'll try to focus in on that. Right now we're going to have the national anthem, so we'll break here just a minute.
Thank you, Ken. Wonderful as always.
All right, we have concluded the national anthem. Bill Raybeck should be here anytime, and we're going to take a break here in just a moment. We'll be starting the wrestling. You can follow the action live on Baum's page on the internet. They will be posting in real time the matches, the scores. So we invite you to take a trip over there. You can watch the matches live here, but you can keep all up on the statistics and the winners of each match on Baum's page there on the internet. We will be back in just a moment, so hang on for District Wrestling. And we got one more person, Mr. will be. Right. Okay. All right. So we're live. We're getting some slamming views here. A lot of people out there interested in, we get some of our best views and our best, of course, we do all kinds of sports. We do college sports. We do semi-pro sports. But high school wrestling, I don't know if it's because it's a niche thing to a lot of people. But,
well, I will say this, the high school wrestling fan is a hardcore fan.
And very loyal, yeah. And this is Bill Raybeck, by the way. Bill Raybeck has done many a broadcast with us. He's done all kinds of different things for WZAA, our radio station up in Jeffersonville, as well as for Campus Nation.
And 17 years of wrestling through my two boys, 2 years as a head coach and 4 years as an assistant. So
you got a little bit of credentials there.
I got a little bit there. My wife wish I hadn't, because after 17 years of spending Saturdays in gyms, she was glad to see our boys graduate.
So, as I understand it now, because they've changed, every day it changes, but they're going to start the wrestling, and we've got a match already underway. We're going to have to swing around through our three different cameras in order to be able to see what's going on.
Right.
And as I said, everything on Bomb's page, if you go there, you can see the results and those kinds of things. And we'll try as much as possible to get all the views that we can of the different mats. But with three going on at the same time, it's a little difficult for us to make everybody happy.
Of course, we'll try to focus. No offense to the people here, that are watching from outside this district, but we will focus primarily on the Wilmington wrestlers, Blanchester wrestlers, wrestlers that are local to our district.
Yeah, it'll be Massey and Wilmington. I don't think Bland's in this.
Bland is in the. Actually, they've got a match coming up here pretty soon.
Do they? Okay. All right.
Yeah. Looking at it, the one that everybody's going to be watching is Barrick Jordan. He's a 9th grader. If the name sounds familiar, the Jordan family. Now, I don't know if it's Jeff or Jim's kid.
Right. Yeah. Jim Jordan was a wrestling coach, wasn't he?
Well, Jeff and Jim were 4-time state champs.
Yeah, okay.
For St. Paris Graham, who's here.
So they weren't too bad.
They weren't too bad. And they were both national champions at Wisconsin. So there's a lot of stuff. Of course, Bo Jordan wrestled for the Buckeyes recently. And St. Paris Graham is a national power, right? Them and Cleveland or Lakewood St. Ed's.
They know their wrestling, don't they?
Yeah, they've been pretty good over the period of time there. So, so we'll be looking forward to seeing that match. As soon as I can figure out the mats here, guys, we'll try to give you some.
Right, and of course this is mat 1, 2, 3 with the Roman numerals on it.
Right.
And I'm just sort of panning around to some of the different matches that are going on here. But as we said, we do have 3 cameras, one on each mat. One ahead, overhead, and then 2 on the mats. But
now mat 2, it looks like we're going to have a fall, and we do. And I would think that might have been. Again, we don't have a number. We have numbers on the mats. But the bracketing has numbers on it, too. It's like they have 001, 002.
I think they're going to go through each weight class now, they've decided, in its entirety.
In its order?
Right. So that's good. At least that's good.
Well, then we just, most likely right down here, we had, we're going to see who this is here. That was London. So we had number 1 seed Brady Fisher from London just pinned Mason Kelsch from Norwood. So mat 1 is open. The only match of the first 3 that started is on mat 3, which I'm going to assume that is, I believe that is Giovanni Greco from Ross and Lucas Abner from Eaton.
So in the purple, Ross?
I would believe.
Okay.
I would believe.
Of course, one of them sort of a burgundy.
Yeah, and that's the problem without having an actual, a book, because they identify the colors of the teams so that you know who they are, and not being familiar with a lot of the Division II schools.
And with 35 teams represented here, it's a little hard for us to pick that out. But hopefully you'll at least see some great wrestling, and we'll try as much as possible. And once again, we refer you to Baum's page there if you want to follow the brackets and the winners.
Now, I believe what we've got up on mat 2 is Barrick Jordan, the 9th grader from St. Paris Graham.
And we're panned in on that right now.
Yeah, and he just got a takedown. He lets his man up, takes him down to the mat with a nice little dump move, gets around, picks up his 2, and I believe he's going to kick him out, and he does. And this is just going to be a takedown clinic here for a few minutes. He's already up 6-2 at this point. 12-2. They gave him back points on that. So he is taking it to him, and this could be over here real quick, Rick. It's 14. He's going to kick him out again. So before we know it, there's 39 seconds left to go in the first period, and Barrick Jordan has already just opened up a huge lead. Takes him down again. It moves it out to 16-7, and 27 seconds to go in the first period.
Right.
So Jordan is just dominating. Jordan again with a takedown. It's 18-8 with 15 seconds to go in the first period, and Barrick Jordan is looking to take his opponent from Fenwick out here pretty quick. He's tilted him. This could be over. No, won't be enough. That'll be a 5-point move, and that's only going to put him out to 23-8 going into the second period.
23-8.
So
dominating.
So we'll see what Jordan chooses here. He decides to go up, which makes sense. He's got the 13-point lead. A takedown here wins it for him. So I suspect we're going to see there it is, and that should be a decision for Barrick Jordan. That should go to 23-8. I think they're a little bit behind on that. I think the match is over. So a superior decision there. Barrick Jordan with the win. Actually, that would be what we call a technical fall when they get up by 15 points. The match is over. And as I say, Jordan wins 23-8 in basically a little over one period, Rick. So
not too bad.
And not too bad. Okay. So we've got that one done. Let's see what we've got here. We've got River Valley. Now, I did make some notes. Barrick Jordan was ranked 6th in the nation as a 9th grader for his weight, 106 pounders.
Not too shabby, huh?
Yeah. So
now, who do we have on mat 3? We still have the Ross.
Yes, that would be Ross and Eaton.
And then what would be on mat 1?
Mat 1, well, that's, okay, so if they're staying in the correct order, that would be Granville and Western Brown, I believe.
It looks like Western Brown colors there. And then we've got another one that's just started on mat number 2.
Right, and that would be the mat after the Barrick Jordan match. That would be Gabe Thacker from Caledonia River Valley, 28-17, against Blake Niehaus, 11th grader from Batavia, who is 30-2. So it looks like.
Oh, great. Thanks, Troy.
Oh, thank you.
Troy Deals, our athletic director here at Wilmington High School.
And that would be, I would say right now, looking down on mat 1, okay, we've got Western Brown and Granville, which is Peyton Costa, 18-11 versus A.J. Hurt. Nice name, A.J. Hurt, I like it. 34-3, so he's pretty good. And, of course, the mat we were talking about, a number 2 coming out of Batavia is Blake Niehaus, the 11th grader from Batavia, is 30-2, and it looks like he's about to increase his record. He has got Gabe Thacker.
And we've got that on screen right now.
In a pinning position, and I think it's over. So we've
is.
got Blake Niehaus of Batavia goes to 31-2 on the season with a pin. And that is it. So we will head.
We're over to mat number 3 as far as on our on the broadcast right now.
Okay, so mat 3, it would look like that might be Xavier Pierce, 10th grader from Jonathan Alder, and Hunter Smith, the 10th grader from Blanchester.
There you go.
Smith in the Navy. So we'll see there.
He's actually in the Navy?
I think that was wasn't that a song at one time?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. We've got Hunter Smith. We got a stalemate action there where they were both trying to make offensive moves.
Had to break them apart.
Yeah. Nice overhook. Oh, Smith takes him down. He's on top. That's 2 points for Smith. He had a nice head pressure on that. He's trying to use wrist control, rolling the wrist under the body. He's got a leg in, and he's trying to get a tilt to pick up some back points. But, nice job by Hunter Smith there. He did a good job taking control of this match real early. And Smith has got a crossbody ride going, and he's just working on that arm, trying to get that arm out. But I will say this, Xavier Pierce had Smith's arm, and he wasn't letting him go anywhere with it, which is a good defensive move. Now we got an attempt by Smith for a head and ribs cradle, but nothing going there. So we're still at 2-0 with 20-some seconds to go. Smith, again, driving the forehead into the armpit, elevates the leg, takes him back down to the mat, and there he goes with a tilt, and just couldn't hold it. Well, the referee gave him a count, so we'll see if it was, okay, he's got a 2 count, 3 count, so he's probably going to get 3 points. No, it only gives him 2. So 4-0 going into the second period for Hunter Smith of Blanchester over Xavier Pierce of Jonathan Alder.
Want to remind everybody, sports fans, stop by Sam's Meat in Wilmington, Ohio, and support a locally owned and operated business. Sam's Meat has fresh chicken, pork, beef, along with deli cheeses and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping you save money and time. Dine in and enjoy homemade hot bar meals from our made-to-order grill menu. Sam's Meat also offers catering, party trays, and a variety of homemade desserts. Open Monday through Fridays, 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. This entire event being brought to you by Sam's Meat right here in Wilmington, Ohio, so we have to give them their due.
Yep. Hunter Pierce just in 13 seconds into the second period pins his opponent Xavier Pierce. Xavier came out, shot a deep double, and then it was countered by Smith's hip toss right to his back, and he pinned him. And so Blanchester picks up a win, and Hunter Smith moves to 27-5 on the season. And I believe
what we got on number 1 here?
Number 1, I'm not sure who we got there, Rick. Again, we'll have to see how this goes. But we may be up into that might be the beginning of the 113-pound class. Let's see, Gavin Deem, Milton Union, and Caleb Thomas of Monroe. I think that match is over, actually, because Thomas was 38-0 coming into this, and he is from Lemon Monroe, and I think they're blue and yellow, if I'm not mistaken.
Lemon?
Yeah,
there you go.
Blue and lemon, yeah. So that could be the mat. That could be it up there on mat 2.
I was going to say, now we're on mat 2, so that's very possible that that is it.
That could be Caleb. Caleb Thomas would be in the navy and yellow and white singlet, if that is him. I don't think it is, though. So we'll get back to you on that. When we look at the next bracket, which would be going into 113 pounds, let's see who we got at 113. Okay, we got another Western Brown wrestler up on mat 3.
So mat 3, we've got Dean Thompson down there on the camera. Now you've seen people walk in front of him occasionally. Not really any way for us to get all the pictures from all the mats without having some interference from fans and coaches and things like that. But bear with us. We try to get the best pictures that we can, and we've got 3 cameras to switch to. So we try to cover as much as we can. So I know we got parents out there, and we got girlfriends out there, and
well, we got the capable Diener down there taking the.
Yeah, Dean is really good at the camera.
So we've got, we'll get this straightened out here, guys, as soon as we can identify some of these wrestlers. I'm sure we're into the 113-pound matches at this point. Oh, nice ankle pick on mat 1, but. And that is the Cats, so that doesn't do me any good.
So that is mat 1 that we've got right there.
And I think mat 1, if I'm not mistaken, that might be a young lady.
So we have to remember that there might be boyfriends there that are watching too.
That's right. That's right, because it's a different age now. Now the women, of course, do have their own tournament, and I don't know that. I don't know what the rules are. I know in some sports, if girls participate in boys' sports, that they're not allowed to participate in the girls' tournament at that point.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So.
But over the years, we've seen several girl wrestlers. We've seen girl football players.
Yeah.
I mean, women are in all parts of what would have been considered to be traditionally men's sports, and we give them credit. That's you want to participate against the guys, go for it.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure there, but I'm looking down here, and I'm saying that could be Grace Jones from London, and that looks like an L on the back of her singlet. So I'm gonna take a broad guess that is Grace Jones down there. Looking at the names, that would be the logical, and that she would be wrestling against Gage Anderson from Franklin.
Yeah, and that looks like Franklin's.
Are they the Cats?
Yeah, I don't know if they're the Wildcats.
Well, it says Cats in the front of the.
Yeah.
So that would be who we've got down there on mat 1 is Gage Anderson of Franklin. 10-5 against Grace Jones, a senior from London. She is 22-22. So
44 matches. Wow.
Yeah. And this is big time here, because if you win your first 2 matches, you're pretty much in a position where you've got a great shot to go to state.
Right.
Of course, you win the semifinals, you go into state.
Exactly.
But you only need to win 1 in consolations if you get to that point. So, so we're returning to action here on mat 1. Both wrestlers are in the up position, and we've got Jones and Anderson there. Appears that Anderson's got a 10-0 lead. He just picked up 2 more. He's going to extend that out to a 12-0 lead with 1:44 to go in the third period. And he's just riding on top now. He's got an arm bar, and he is going to try to work that. And, that's the one thing, Rick, you find, and the young wrestlers, you can't emphasize enough, you want to keep that off your knees. You want all your body weight on your opponent. It just make it hard for them to breathe while they're wrestling. And there's a tech fall by Gage Anderson of Franklin, 15-0 at 100. We're looking at 46 seconds into the third period. So
we're on mat number 2 now.
Okay. Now mat 2, give us some time, and we'll figure out who we got out there. Now that's possible. That again, we could be another Blanchester wrestler.
Blue Uni.
Yeah. We've got Tate Bin from Batavia, 10th grader, 19-6, against Aiden Despente. He's from Greenville.
Oh, okay.
So I think that might be them, but we'll, and then we apologize. we don't have spotters here that are going to, necessarily tell us who's on each mat.
Right. Well, no, Greenville would be the green wave, wouldn't they? Wouldn't their uniforms be green?
I would think they would be, but that doesn't always work that way. Actually, I think this might be Blanchester on mat 1 because they are the Wildcats, and I can't tell if that's their logo there.
All right, so we are back down to 3.
Okay. So we've got.
Here's mat 1.
I'm thinking it is mat 1 that we've got the Batavia wrestler there. They are the Wildcats. No, I'm going to tell you what. That's not a Wildcat. That is an Indian head on the. Oh, is that politically correct?
I don't know.
So
if it's on their uniform, it's politically correct.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Of course, that could be Riley Logan of Tippecanoe.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, I think
that's out of Tip City?
Yes.
Well. And, of course, they would probably have come from the Graham regional finals. And we had Batavia and Clinton Massey and Graham feeding into this district.
And exactly. So what we've got down here, because I saw the one boy's name is on the back of it. It's Hinton, Wyatt Hinton from Norwood. He is 19-1. He's in the blue. And then we've got Riley Logan, Tippecanoe. He is 16-4. At this point, it is 4-0 in favor of Hinton from Norwood.
Is this on 1 or 2?
This is mat 1.
Okay, so we're on mat 1.
And again, he's 19-1 as a 9th grader, Rick. And he
sounds like he has a promising wrestling career.
And he came out of the Batavia sectional as a 3rd place participant. So we'll see here.
Once again, we've got 3 mats going. We're trying to sort of
feel it out.
Feature each mat. We're on mat 2 now.
Yep. And on mat 2, there's going to be some guesswork here.
A blue uniform and a red uniform.
So.
Red or orange, I'm not really sure.
I can't tell. Yeah, again, we apologize. We're going to do the best we can to bring you action and commentary if possible, if we can identify the wrestlers. And
going back to 1, looks like we got some.
Yeah, we've got Wyatt Hinton at Norwood has Riley Logan on his back and picking up some serious back points. He's got a leg in and got an arm bar. But nice job there by Logan. Logan counters the arm bar pretty well, and I think there's going to be a point awarded. There is. A point awarded to Logan, and Logan just gets dumped again by Hinton, and that moves it out to 13-1, and he's picking up back points, and this could be it, Rick. It looks like Hinton is about ready to end this one, and because at this point, as soon as he goes to a different move and loses the back positioning, he would be awarded the technical fall here. And so he's driving his hip into him. He's still got a nice arm bar. He's going to look like he's going to try to overhook the head. Of course, in a tournament, too, you get more points for a fall for your team. You get 2 points for advancing. So it's important to try to pick up that 1 extra point. And I believe that'll be it. That'll make it 16-1 for Wyatt Hinton of Norwood. He'll increase his record to 20-1 on the season.
And what is that? The green uniform, is that the green wave down there? That would be mat number 3.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. Mat number 1, I did hear that. I think we've got a match from Ross and Blanchester. I'm
coming up.
Well, there's the green wave right there for you.
Right, there you go. That's
so Greenville and Hebron Lakewood. The Greenville wrestler is Drake Collenberger, senior 21-6, and then you've got Caleb Rafferty a 10th grader from Hebron Lakewood. He is 20-10. And
most wrestlers don't make it this far unless they've got a pretty good record coming in.
oh yeah, because your weaker links are eliminated in the sectionals.
Right.
At this point, you've got the top 4 finishers from 4 different sectionals. They come from Batavia, Clinton Massey, Graham, and Washington Courthouse. All the top 4 finishers all advance here. And then the top 4 finishers here today and tomorrow and Saturday will advance to the state tournament. And we're trying to see, we're kind of out of, the bleachers have kind of taken us out of that match for a second there.
Back on number 2.
I'm number 2. Let's see.
Looks like still wrestling. We're not sure. Was that Bland that is in the blue?
It could be. Trying to see where the coach is to see if I can. Yeah, it could be. That could be. Definitely could be Bland. Bland has multiple uniforms like most of the schools do. So you can't always go by that. But I'm going to say that probably is, Rick. And that would be Tate Bin, 10th grader from Batavia, against Aiden Despente from Greenville. So I don't know, because we've got, if these are Greenville kids, this is a Greenville kid, that can't be.
That doesn't look like Greenville over there, does it?
No, and I'm trying to see who that is. And I think it might have been Valley View, actually. It was Valley View. That was Evan Wilcox in the blue. Picks up the victory. He moves to 19-3. He just defeated Quaid Wayne Scott, a 10th grader from Goshen.
Now, is this, there's the green wave on mat number 1 and the blue?
Yes.
There
yes.
you go. So there you go.
And on mat 1 there, we've got Drake Collenberger from Greenville against Caleb Rafferty from Hebron Lakewood.
There you go. All right. Now
well,
we're getting it together.
We're going to do the best we can.
Yeah.
And a nice deep shot by Kallenberger. And he dumps Rafferty to the mat. Just looking for wrist control, which is the key in wrestling. You get the wrist control. You put weight on him, and you just wear him out. Now he's trying to get an arm bar, which he, pulls the arm over the back. He's going to try to slip his arm under his arm. And, of course, that was made famous by Dan Gable years ago. It was called a Gable move or a double Gable. And he did pretty good for himself. Generally recognized as the greatest wrestler of all time. And now we've got a tilt position here with Kallenberger's got Rafferty on his back. Probably picked up, looks like he might have got 3. Yeah, he was given 3 more, so it's 9-0. 1 minute to go in the second period. And Rafferty is going to have to put something together here, Rick, to get out of this. Usually in the first round, you're going to see a lot of quicker matches, and then it starts to slow down after that because as the wrestlers get better, you're going to see fewer pins.
Right.
And then the matches will be longer.
And probably closer.
Kallenberg is going to get him on. Oh, he's going to pull him on. Now, this is a different rule from when I was coaching, is that if the shoulder blades were off the mat, he gave him 3 more, so that moves it out to 12-0 for Kallenberger. So what it used to be is if the shoulders were not within the circle, you could not score points. But what I believe the rule is now is as long as the one wrestler maintains his feet inside the circle, the person he's trying to pin can be outside the circle now, and that's what we had happening down there.
Right.
Kallenberger's on top here as they went out of bounds. Just working for that arm bar. He's going to try to get that tilt. He's reaching over with his right arm, and he's trying to get wrist security. And they called it a potentially dangerous move. That's what the official puts the hand behind the head and signaling that is not something.
Someone could get hurt.
Right, that they want to see him doing.
Back on mat number 3, we still have a green wave wrestling there.
Yeah. Oh, and he's got a Peterson. That is called a Peterson cradle there. Picked up 3 points. That's something we would refer to as back in the day, funk wrestling, because that's not a move you see a lot. It's one of those things you look for people to kind of fall into and you catch them in it, and a lot of times you can pin them with that. And we'll try to see what that is. Now, we should have a relatively soon, we'll have our first Wilmington wrestler coming up. But we'll try to see here.
Mat number 2. We've got
mat number 2. And we don't. So let's see, 113. I'm trying to get that Greenville match over there, Rick, I think.
Okay, back to Greenville.
Okay, back to Greenville.
Are we talking the 1-on-1 or the 1-on-3?
The 1-on-3.
Just concluded.
Yeah.
And was that a Ross wrestler?
It's the Rams.
The
I know
Rams?
that much, but I'm not knowing their nicknames.
We'll be sanitizing the mats after the last 120-pound.
So
They have to sanitize the mats between, I guess, weights.
So many, yeah, I guess every so many weight classes. Now what we've got coming up here is, we should have Wilmington coming up here.
Now there's Wilmington right there on mat number 3, isn't it?
Right, and that's the 120-pound match. So we'll move to that, and we've got Caleb Hibbs, a 10th grader from Wilmington, 31-6, is taking on Nate Wall, a 10th grader from Norwood, who's 14-2. So that could be a pretty good match there. The records are both outstanding. Hibbs came out of the Clinton Massey sectional, and then Wall came out of the Batavia sectional. And they're just feeling each other out. They're doing some overhooks and seeing what kind of wrist control, trying to open up the legs to get a good shot. So you'll see a lot of jockeying around there between. So we know that in wrestling there's a lot of lateral movement. They'll try to pop the head. You'll see them grab the head, and they're trying to get them to lurch up, which opens up their body for a shot. Now, both of them are tying up the wrist right now, head to head. Again, this is a feeling out process. And when you get some better wrestlers, you may see this, Rick. I mean, it could end up being 1-0 for all we know.
Right.
And they just moved off the mat. So Hibbs muscled Wall off the mat. They come back to center circle. And again, just a lot of hand fighting right now, some overhooks. And they're just trying to get an opening. It looks like Hibbs might be trying to get what we call fireman's carry. But then we have Wall with a nice shot. He gets in on a single, but Hibbs counters it with an arm bar, or a whizzer as they like to call it. And they're both off the mat. So we're back to the center, and we got a 0-0 match with 21 seconds to go in the first period.
So now what weight class is this?
This is 120.
120, okay.
So we're in the 120s right now. And again, you're going to see Hibbs is trying to, what they'll try to do with the wrist control is spread their arms apart to open up their legs so they can attack them. And so we will see. I noticed we have Columbus DeSales here, Rick, and back when I wrestled in high school, DeSales was
pretty good.
Yeah, well, they were one of the top teams.
So we're on mat number 1. Who's on 1 here? We've got a.
I don't know who the Rams are there. That would be my question. Is
there a DeSales wrestler now on mat number 2?
Well, they're purple.
Oh, okay. So I don't think that would be.
It'd be purple. I think they're purple and silver or something. And then Hibbs over there gets called over on mat 3. Just gets called for a potentially dangerous move.
Back to 3.
And they're just starting off into their second period. They're 0-0. Good match over there, Rick. Hibbs is on top, trying to get a half Nelson. And he's looks like he's successful. He's trying to get a half and then get off to the side and run with it. And then he's got the arm bar, Rick. And, again, if he can get that arm bar over the back and slide his arm under the elbow, that's a world of hurt for a wrestler. You don't want to be in that position. And Hinton Hinton's objective here is he started the period down. And if he can get away, he can get a point, or if he can reverse control, he can get 2 points. What you don't want to do is you don't want to go through that period and not get a point.
Right.
Because if it's 0-0, then that means Hibbs gets to go to the bottom, and he has the potential to get out.
To get up and get away.
Right.
And get a score point.
Right. Arm bar there by Hibbs. Hibbs is just walking around. We used to call that screwing them into the mat because they would just keep on going around and around and around. And eventually, at some point, they just flip over. So we got a minute 2 to go on mat number 3 with Carson Hibbs of Wilmington and Nate Wall of Norwood. Great match going on there between those guys. Arm bar there. Oh, he's got it in. He's got what we'd call a single gable in there, and he's going to try to go for a double. Oh, if he gets that double, Rick, it's
bye-bye, huh?
It's over. But I don't. Well, he's got plenty of time. He's walking with the one arm bar. If he can step over that head, now you'll see him. Oh, I think he's got both. And now you'll notice his forehead in the middle of the back.
Right.
He gets the arch. He gets both arms in that arm bar position. And if he can lock his hands, you can't get out of that. And here he goes. He's walking to the head. And, yeah, if he can get him, he's got him over. And now it's just a matter of time, Rick. He's going to, if nothing else, he's getting 3 points out of this. And he goes into the third period in control. Now he's walking. Oh, and if they can sit down, there it is. It's over. Right. So Carson Hibbs of Wilmington increases his record to 32-6 as he beats Nate Wall of Norwood. And
back to mat number 2.
And that could be a Graham wrestler there, I believe.
Remember, tonight's action being brought to you by Sam's Meats. In fact, all weekend, all the action exclusively by Sam's Meat here in Wilmington, Ohio.
Stop by there and get myself some cold cuts.
They got some great bacon.
Oh, they got great bacon?
Yeah,
okay.
Great bacon. We used to do that on the Clinton Massey broadcast. We sold, I think, bacon in like 5 or 25-pound lots.
There you go.
The Matt Baker Bacon Special.
Matt Baker,
the superintendent of Clinton Massey Schools, did a lot of our football broadcasts on Campus Nation.
And there we've got Jaden Stevenson, I believe, is on mat 2 from Valley View, and he is against Josh Proper, a 12th grader from Jonathan Alder. And I'm pretty sure that's Alder, Rick, because it said Alder on the back of his jersey.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Dancing in the red?
Yes. Yes. So, Proper's record from Alder is 33-4. Jaden Stevenson of Valley View is 21-3. The Proper, the young man from Alder, I'm trying to figure out where he comes from for his sectional.
You mean from Alder?
Yeah, would they be up with the Graham?
Probably
would they come out of the Graham?
Yeah.
Okay. So they would have come out of the walk. Yeah, GR, because see what they've got is they've got LV for this sectional, and I don't have an LV on here on the key. So we'll see what happens here as we've got a second period there on mat 2, 2-0 in favor of Josh Proper of Jonathan Alder. Proper's a pretty well-built kid for 120 pounds, Rick. He's got some nice definition in those arms.
I can't remember back how long it's been since I weighed 120 pounds.
And neither can I. A few cheeseburgers ago.
Even when I ran track, I weighed about 145. So
yeah.
And I ran the 2-mile. Now they've got it in meters, but that shows you how old I am.
I still use feet, Rick. Yeah. I use feet, yards, and miles. You get to that point where I'm watching something on TV, they start talking meters, and I just turn the channel. I said, okay, we're not doing this. So, over there, we've got Proper of Alder. There was an attempted hip toss by Stevenson, and Proper caught him and put him on his back. And, boy, he's in a bad way, Rick.
Yeah, it could be a pin here.
Looks like Proper, I think he needs to get chest to chest, stay on his toes. And if he can do that. He's got plenty of time. He's got over a minute to go. So Stevenson's going to really have to fight his way out of this if he's going to come back. Proper is ahead 4-1 at this point. And he needs to tighten the head up a little bit. He needs to get his chest on top of chest. You notice how his chest is a little bit over to the a little bit too much to the right. If he can get his chest on top of chest and get those shoulder blades down, then this is going to be now he just goes to an underhook, and and it's over with. No, they give him 3 points.
Yep.
And so they must have called I don't know what they called. Maybe potentially dangerous, and they moved him back. But it's 7-1.
We're back on mat 1, and I'm trying to determine whether there's a little break or whether someone is.
Well, I think they were going to clean the mats. They said. I think after the 120s.
So when they get started with the next. All right. So we're back to mat number 2, which is Jonathan Alder.
Right, and that's Jonathan Alder and Valley View, and. Josh Proper is getting ready. He's got a cradle, and he got him over, Rick. Oh, but I was going to say, now if he can hook the leg with his leg.
Yeah, he's got him on his.
Yeah, he's got his knee and his ribs, and this is a tough position to get out of if you're the man on the bottom. But at the very worst, with only a couple seconds to go, he's going to pick up 3 more points, and he kicks it out to a 10-2 lead. So Josh Proper is in good position going into that third period. Now down on this
number 3
on this mat, down on mat 1, that would be mat 1 is Cooper Campbell from Monroe, 22-9, against Brandon Sauter of Batavia. He is 34-0 on the season.
Yeah, he already had his man on his back,
and it looks like he's now 35-0. So
that was quick.
Brandon Sauter, and we didn't see much. We apologize that we were kind of blocked out by the bleachers. But Brandon Sauter of Batavia goes to 34-0. And back up on mat number 2, it is 10-2 in favor of Josh Proper of Jonathan Alder over Jaden Stevenson of Valley View. And Proper is he's kind of cruising right now, Rick. There's not a lot of movement. He's got a good position. He's got an 8-point lead. Now, what he has to watch out for is he doesn't get called for stalling. Because if he's not making offensive advances.
He'll get called. So what do we got going on mat number 3? We have.
And mat 3.
That's Dean's mat.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just can't. Again, we'll try to see what we can get on that.
I'm trying to see on the monitor whether we could actually pick up the name of the team.
Yeah.
When he stands up, perhaps the wrestler in blue and red, it looks like.
It could be, what.
Panther. Panther is.
Panther.
So it's a Panther.
We got, we'll see. It might be Licking Valley and Tippecanoe. It would be Oliver Murray, a 10th grader from Tippecanoe, and Joe Perkins from Licking Valley, 11th grader. I think that might be Licking Valley on top, but I'm not sure. But back over, we go over mat 2. Josh Proper is, again, he's got about 20 seconds to go, 10-2 in favor of Proper. And we've got a couple stalemates. Proper is probably tired. And, wrestlers will do that. They get a big lead, and then they just kind of coast. Because, you have to win 4 times if you're going to go all the way through and win the.
Right, and that can be kind of tiring.
Yeah, so you try not to use energy if you can get away with it. And, you can see he's just got the leg tied up. And he just takes over Stevenson to his back. He's going to get at least 3 more points on this. And maybe, no, he doesn't have time to pin him. So he picks up 3 more, which moves it out to 15-2. The final there, Josh Proper over Jaden Stevenson of Valley View. Proper increases his record to 34-4.
So we're back to mat number 3. Mat number 1, I think it's been sanitized.
Yep. And I believe that, again, on mat 3, it's Oliver Murray, the 10th grader from Tippecanoe, and then Joe Perkins, the 11th grader from Licking Valley. Perkins is 27-8, and Murray is 15-4.
We got a big shout out to Wilmington College. They are actually running most of what's going on here tonight.
Very nice.
Overseeing everything.
Sure.
And so.
Well, and it's a good recruiting. I mean, if I'm a college and you can legally do it within NCAA guidelines, why wouldn't you want to run something like this? It puts you in contact with a lot of good wrestlers.
Right, yeah.
So I'm sure there's some kind of restrictions about them talking to them, but still they get to see what Wilmington's all about.
Well, Wilmington College hasn't been wrestling that long. They just came back and started wrestling a few years back.
That's right. And Doug Stalen, who's the coach at my school, East Clinton, he was one of the last groups of wrestlers before they got rid of wrestling over there at Wilmington.
Right.
So
they're now back into wrestling.
Yeah. And so that's we're gonna have it looks like about like a 5-minute break or something.
A little break here in the action at campusnation.com, your internet sports authority. Tonight's action being brought to you by Sam's Meats here in Wilmington, Ohio.
And of course, Rick, we're working on some spring football.
That's right, quite a bit of spring football. Yeah. We're talking with the Wilmington College, the OAC, the OAC,
Otterbein, and Wilmington, and the OAC, and
we're talking with Mount St. Joe.
Mount St. Joe's. We hope to hear tomorrow about Mount St. Joe. Everything looked promising there. Hocking College has a single game in May.
These are colleges that we have in the past done fall, obviously football, but because of COVID, things have sort of been upended a little bit. But we try to bring you as much action as we possibly can. Right. We may even have some semi-pro now that they're getting back to normal, I guess you would say.
if there is such a thing.
Normal semi-pro.
If there is anything that's normal, but. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about, if you haven't had a chance to get down to Mount St. Joseph.
Beautiful venue.
The campus is just awesome.
Great fans.
And I'll tell you what, it was, we hope, in talking to them, that before the spring's over, we will get them, we're going to get a deal with them for next year. So they may become our anchor point for our fall broadcast. Of course, Wilmington, we're not sure. We haven't heard back from them. But we'll try. We did the game of the week for 2 years, and we traveled all over. Unfortunately, two of our regular schools that we would broadcast games for were Urbana and Malone.
Right. Both without football programs now.
Yeah, well, Urbana's without a school.
Well, that's true. And not only that, but, we made many a visit to the Hall of Fame,
yes,
as far as the stadium there.
When Malone was playing.
Right.
You really owe it to yourself if you live in the state of Ohio. And, the Pro Football Hall of Fame itself is a great treat. But just to go see that new stadium, that is a state of, it's much smaller, but it is a state-of-the-art NFL stadium.
And they keep working on it.
And it's getting bigger.
But the press box is nice for us.
Oh, yeah.
That's by far the best press box we've been in.
Yeah. The food and the press box.
The food's always good.
It is a 7-story press box. And a lot of things are going on there. I mean, they are building I think they call it the Legacy Village, which is going to be, it's going to house former NFL players who may have fallen on hard times, and or else they're disabled, and they'll be able to live in this facility. So, there were some efforts, I believe, to even buy Canton McKinley High School, which sits right behind the stadium.
Behind the stadium, yeah, behind the press box.
And the NFL was willing to move them and pay for a new, wherever they wanted to go, and put a lot of the NFL stuff there. So it was some exciting times. We saw some great football games because we were up at Ashland University and saw a great game between them and Ohio Dominion.
We were up pretty high on that press box. We were on the roof.
On a September night that felt like November.
We were on the press box, which is, I think, 3 stories.
At least
4 stories. Well, we were on the roof of the press box with a little bit of a wind.
Yes.
And a camera girl that was about having a heart attack.
Who weighed about 75 pounds.
She was afraid she was going to get blown off
the
roof.
We had to put an anchor on her so she didn't fly off the roof.
And then we had Lexi down on the field. She was doing the camera work down there. But that's a great stadium.
Oh, that was, we had the opportunity to see some good football and some nice stadiums. It's a shame with Urbana because Urbana's facilities their new stadium and their new baseball facility and that.
So come on, Bill, let's buy it and we'll have our own sports programs.
Yeah. Some college is missing out on a deal there if they don't you maybe look into that.
Well, true. I mean, they've got softball fields, baseball. I mean, everything that you would find.
The gym is right next to the football field, too.
Right.
Yeah, they were bought by Franklin University, and I believe it was just the COVID was just too much for them, and it just took them down. Unfortunately, that was just the shame of the whole thing. But
the league they were in, they did a lot of traveling too. I mean,
they were in the West Virginia
League. They were spread out all over the place, so that may have had something to do with. It's hard when you're having to travel those distances.
And of course, it's kind of an odd year. We hope that we'll be able to maybe bring you a Mount Union game,
right?
Through one of the OAC games, and they're playing Friday nights, Rick, which is the cool thing. They're playing 7 o'clock Friday nights during the spring because they have no high school football to contend with. And as I was talking to Blake Watson over at the SID over at Mount St. Joseph, the one thing for them playing Saturdays is they already got track, they've already got softball, they've got baseball, they've got, I don't know if they have lacrosse in the spring, but he was telling me they have like 10 events on a weekend potentially going on at Mount St. Joseph because football got moved in there. I think volleyball got moved back into that time slot too. So, you got a lot of sports going on.
Oh, and did we say that we also do Ohio State?
Oh, and we
club
did.
Sports.
We did Ohio State club sports.
Football, and we're hoping to do some baseball this spring.
And in the first year that we did the Ohio State club team, which we kind of learned about it through a parking ticket, by the way. So,
but we did crown a national champion that year, the first year that we followed Ohio State's club football, and they play on the Ohio State band's practice field,
right,
in the shadow of the
Ohio Stadium.
That's right,
yeah.
and really an impressive place to watch a game, and all the history behind the Ohio State band, knowing they practiced at Script, Ohio, on that same field.
Yep. And it was fun. We got out there, and some kids that just couldn't make it on.
So they're giving you some names, I think.
So on mat 3, we've got a local wrestler in Grant Mormon, the 11th grader from Clinton, Massey. Well, it was supposed to be. Oh, they're the on-deck wrestlers.
Oh.
So on mat 1, we've got Matt Ellis, 11th grader from Waynesville, 26-0. He's wrestling Caleb Wetzel, 10th grader from Highland, who's 32-12. On mat 2, we've got Andrew Collins, an 11th grader from Milton Union, and he's wrestling Jeremy Cox from Norwood. And then on mat 3, we've got Caleb Kennington, an 11th grader from Kenton Ridge, 19-4, taking on Corby Cunningham, a 10th grader from Western Brown, who's 22-19. So those are all 6 wrestlers, and since this is the beginning of it,
we're caught up.
Yeah. Now we've got Ellis from Waynesville here on mat 1, and we're not. Unfortunately, looks like he's going to pin his opponent, and he did. So Matt Ellis from Waynesville picks up a quick pin there in the first period, about 47 seconds, and he goes to 27-0. Now we will have on that mat, we will have Austin Parker. So we should have Austin Parker of Ross at 25-9, taking on Elijah Stevens of Licking Valley, 37-1. I believe that's going to take place right down here for us.
On mat number 1. And you see that now on your screen.
And I'm assuming that is the Ross Rams. Back up on mat 2, we've got the Milton, or it's the wrestler from Norwood, Jeremy Cox. just picked up 2 more points. He's leading going into the third period, 4-2. Good matchup there. And then Andrew Collins from Milton Union is 25 and 13. So we'll follow that one. A little bit easier for us to see that one. Unfortunately, like I say, Mat 1 is kind of buried half behind the bleachers. But both wrestlers on Mat 2 started in the up position. And we've got Cox from Norwood is just circling. He's got some wrist control, and he's got a hook on the head. And then, he gets a nice positioning on that. It looked like it was going to go to a fireman's, but he's in position now. Collins is fending him off. He's hanging on to the legs, but if he loses that control, which he just did, that's going to be 2 points for Cox. And Cox moves out to a 6-2 lead in the second period. And he's working his way around there. Again, trying to get underhooks on the arm, and he does. He's got a hook on the one arm, and he's just sucking him back. And, he could be in a good position. If he can keep that arm and jump around and control, he did. And he's got the wrist. And, Rick, if he starts walking, he lost the other arm, but if he can walk towards the head, he's going to take him over and pick up some back points. He's got plenty of time with 50 seconds to go. There he goes. He's got an overhook on the head. He's got weight on the shoulder, and it's not looking good for Andrew Collins. And he just tightened that up, and I think it's just a matter of time here before Jeremy Cox. And there we go.
That's it.
Jeremy Cox of Norwood picks up the victory over Andrew Collins of Milton Union, and Cox moves his record out to 20-5.
So we're back on mat number 3 right now.
And I believe that's a Clint Massey wrestler up there, I think. Where's Massey?
We've got a Jonathan Alder wrestler.
Yes, that's who it is.
And we've got a Falcon wrestler.
So it is Eli Tribovich from Jonathan Alder, 27-7, wrestling Grant Mormon, an 11th grader from Clint Massey, 23-7. And Mormon just gets a takedown there, slipped the head and arm, and is in position to. They're not doing a whole lot. He's trying to get wrist control. And again, when you get to this level, you just really don't want to make a mistake. Let's see. Okay, we got a DeSales kid will be coming up here pretty soon. As I said, when I was in high school,
they're pretty good wrestlers.
Columbus DeSales, my high school, and Cardinal Stritch up in Toledo, for about a 3-year period of time, we kind of exchanged being state champions. And the year we won the state championship, we beat Stritch by half a point for the state title, and DeSales was like 4 points behind us. So
now on mat number 2, do we think?
Mat number 2 would look like that might be a Batavia wrestler there. It is. That is Nathan Colb. He is 31-1. Batavia's got some good kids, Rick.
Yeah.
There's some really nice records there. He's wrestling Lane Settle from Urbana, 3-11. And I'm just going to take a guess and say that Settle was probably an alternate, and there was an injury or COVID situation. Because 3-11, that's at that weight, it's hard to believe that.
I do believe that earlier they may have made some announcements to that effect.
That
there were some
alternates that had taken spots.
Right.
Yeah. And in the world of COVID, of course, it could happen any year. We've had that happen.
Yeah. So back to the Falcon and the Jonathan Alder wrestlers.
Yep. And Massey has the lead after the first period. Mormon defers to Tribovich, and Tribovich is, I believe he's going to go on top. And again, so here's the strategy is if Alder can keep Massey from escaping, then he goes into that period with a much better chance to win. But Mormon is right up on his feet. He drops down onto the legs, gets around. Yeah, he's going to get
free that. There you go.
And it's 4-0 for Grant Mormon of Clinton Massey, and he's just I will say this, defensively, Tribovich is pretty tough on the bottom, but if you don't do anything, Rick, you can't win.
Right, that's true.
And so he's going to really have to decide that he's going to come out of the shell, so to speak, here and start wrestling because.
Now on mat 1, we've got.
That I don't know. That's Franklin again, right? Because that's the Cats.
Uh-huh.
And that's Columbus DeSales, Zach Lopez.
Right. And I think Columbus DeSales has the cross on the back of their.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So
that's the second DeSales wrestler that I've seen because we had one earlier, and I wondered. I figured that it was probably a Catholic school.
Yeah. Well, Lopez is 19-2. He's a ninth grader. Wow, he's a big ninth grader.
Mm.
And Adam Stevens from Franklin is 22-6. And we still have a close one over there. We just had Tribovich escape Mormon, and that makes it 4-1 with 42 seconds to go in the second period. Up on mat 2, we've got Nathan Colb, 31-1 from Batavia. Wrestling Lane Settle.
Yeah, I think they had to break for a minute. There was some blood or something that stopped the match there for a minute.
And it's 12-2 in that match, and I think it's only a matter of time that before you're going to see Colb just is going to, right now he could pick up the 3 points he needs to. Well, he needs a little bit more. He's only got a 12-point lead right now. So
how many points do you have to lead by?
You have to be up by 15.
15
to get the tech fall.
So back to Clinton Massey and Alder.
And 4-1, just coming to the end of the second period here. And
2 seconds.
Yeah, Mormon is. Okay, so we go to the third period with Grant Mormon of Clinton Massey ahead 4-1 over his opponent from Jonathan Alder, Eli Tribovich.
And on mat number 1, the DeSales match is over.
Okay. And this could be great. This is a Graham match here, I believe. Yes, it is. And this is Nolan Giesler from Graham, 22-3. And I guarantee all 3 of those losses were probably against some pretty good people. And,
his own team members.
Yeah, probably. And, they had an A and B team dual meet or something. He's wrestling a kid from Blanchester there. And that is Aiden Begley, 10th grader, 16-9. I believe, and I have to get my notes out, but I think Gessler is ranked 9th in the country. So I would expect that we're going to see a pretty good wrestler down there in that match. And Gessler's just kind of getting the legs in. He's rolling around. He's going for a tilt right off the bat. And we'll see how long this match lasts. But
match on number 2 is finished.
Yeah. Nathan Kolb of Batavia moves to 32-1 with a victory. And back on mat 3, we're 5-1. Grant Mormon was able to escape. And wow, a whizzer hip toss by Eli Tribovich of Jonathan Alder failed, but he didn't cost himself any points. They were off the mat. So we will see. But
so we got a match starting on mat.
Well, this
2.
is over down here, Rick. The
Graham
Giesler made short work of his opponent there. So I believe they're running into 132 now. And so we have 39 seconds to go on mat 3. Grant Mormon of Clinton Massey is about ready to advance unless Eli Tribovich can catch lightning in the bottle here.
Maybe a pin?
Yeah, he's going to need something. He's going to need the 4-point move, so he's going to have to toss him to his back. And you got 15 seconds. Now, depending on the coach, when you get to 15 seconds and you're down by 5 or less points, you may have to do what they call a Superman move just to do something that you wouldn't normally do, because you need the points to win. And right now, it looks like Grant Mormon's going to advance with a 5-1 victory over Eli Tribovich of Jonathan Alder. So Mormon moves to 24-7 on the season. Okay, so let's take a look down here and see who we've got. we are in the 132s. There's no doubt about that.
This is mat number 1 that we're on.
And on mat 1, we've got Drake Batista from Western Brown. I don't think that's Western Brown, though.
No, it doesn't look
that
like
would be up there.
Yeah, it's up on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat 2.
So here's mat number 2.
And that's Drake Batista, Western Brown, 31-11 against Carson Baumgartner, 10th grader from Oakwood, 19-9.
So Oakwood, they're in the blue and the gold.
And they got the O on the side. That makes it kind of easy for us with them.
Yeah. And then Western Brown, of course, in the striped.
Right. Now down here we've got Eaton on mat 1. It's Braden Deem of Eaton at 20-8, wrestling Cray Muskowski from Licking Valley. He is 30-5.
And then on number 3, we've got another Columbus DeSales wrestler from the uni, it looks like.
I don't know. Yeah, that would be Columbus DeSales, but I'm trying to. Oh, okay. We've got Zach Avery, 11th grader from Milton Union. Yep, that's Milton Union. And Aiden Rush, a 9th grader from Columbus DeSales, 17-4. A lot of young kids for DeSales. I mean, they're both kids we've seen are 9th graders. So they're rebuilding there. Over on mat 2, it looks like Carson Baumgartner from Oakwood's about trying to turn the kid from Western Brown, but did not succeed there. So that is a 0-0 match, and that's in the second period. So we're looking maybe a 0-0 match going into that third period. So that'll be our premier match right now as far as being a close match. And he's trying everything. He's trying what they call Granby rolls there to get free so he can get his point. Because if he doesn't score, and we're talking about Drake Batista from Western Brown, really theoretically Carson Baumgartner just needs to escape and he's going to win.
He gets his point.
Right. Assuming he doesn't get taken down in that. But two wrestlers like this who've wrestled 0-0, that's probably not a likely thing to happen. So, and I'm getting a phone call right now from Craig Moore of Hocking, but we'll get back to Craig about this later. And Craig's going to, I'm sure he wants to talk to us about doing that game at Hocking.
They're the Hawks, right?
The Hawks. Hocking Hawks.
We've done several of their games.
Yeah, we did. We did their spring game one year, which was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
I don't know if Chuck liked it.
He didn't like going up into that wooden what was it?
Crow's nest or something. Yeah. He went up there.
Chuck, needless to say, is a big guy. And he had to climb this wooden ladder, a very rickety ladder, up to a rickety wooden platform.
Yeah.
He didn't like that.
No, he didn't.
No.
So we had a takedown here up on mat 1. And it appears that well, it should be a point for somebody. No, it wasn't. So he didn't get the takedown. So, yes, he did. So Western Brown got the takedown on that. And Baumgartner from Oakwood escaped. Oh, it's 2 more points. And Western Brown's
4-1.
Drake Batista has taken a commanding lead there. And that's the end of it. 4-1, Drake Batista right at the
very end.
No, that was the end of the second period. So they got their third period coming up. I was going to say something was wrong.
Seemed like it was out of sync.
Yeah, something was not right there.
So we're back on the Western Brown match there with Oakwood, mat number 2.
4-1, third period action. And we will see here quite soon. And Rick, they do have the numbers now. Up at the top, the numbers you see will correspond with the numbers here, so we'll be able to tell you more accurately now.
Right.
Okay, so we've got you've got Batista from Western Brown. He's picking up some more points. He's kind of distancing this match at this point.
Looks like we've got a Wilmington wrestler on deck.
Yeah. Wilmington will be he'll be going against Trent Riley of Bethel Tate, 16-6, and that's Thane McCoy, 27-4, 10th grader. So another good wrestler for the Hurricane.
And of course, for you folks out there, we're kind of hurricane friendly since this is our home base.
Our base area, yeah. So when we talk about Clinton Massey and Blanchester and
any of the Clinton County, the 4 schools
that
here
are
in Clinton County, we're
yep.
we're a little
biased.
And up in Fayette County, where we've got the radio station, we've got Miami Trace, and we've got the Blue Lions of Washington Courthouse.
Right.
So, and the Hillsborough crew down there in Highland County.
Yeah.
This is our area.
Yeah. So, and this one is almost over on Mat 1.
10 to 1 on Mat 2.
35 seconds to go, and Drake Batista looks like he's going to move on to the next round, increasing his record to 32-11. Carson Baumgartner, Oakwood, will fall, of course, into the losers bracket. And if you're not familiar, with how this works, if you lose, you go to losers bracket. If you lose twice, you're out. So, if you get to the losers bracket, especially after the first round, it's a long way back.
Yeah. So we're on mat number 1 right now. We'll go over and see what's happening on mat number 3, which is Dean's camera.
Yep. And mat 3, where we have Aiden Rush,
DeSales,
who is in control, 6-0 over Zach Avery of Milton Union. And so we will have...
We've got a nice crowd here. I know that Troy Deals, the athletic director here at Wilmington High School, had said that there would be, I believe, each participant had 2 visitors.
2 parents.
And of course, so you've got the parents and or whoever they were deemed.
And they're only doing half the weight classes today, right?
Right.
So
and they'll finish up tomorrow, and then
they have the championships on Saturday.
Saturday, a busy day starting at 10 a.m. for our broadcast.
Right. And we've got another Graham wrestler down here, I believe. It would be Nick Hart of Graham Local, 22-1 against Caden Miller of Highland.
This is on mat number 1?
I think it is. I think we'll see. No, it says, I don't know. I don't know who the Vikings are, to tell you the truth.
Could it be it wouldn't be in Miamisburg, would it?
I don't see that on there. So we've got Wyoming, possibly. Okay. So we should have a Wilmington wrestler coming up here pretty quick.
So mat number 2 concludes.
Yeah, I think we should have our.
This looks almost like a Spartan or something.
Well, that's Licking Valley. So I just saw the front of the. I thought it said Licking Valley on the front of the blue jersey. Because Miami Trace. Oh, there we got Wilmington and Bethel Tate up on mat 3, so we'll switch over there.
Right. All right.
We got Trent Riley, 11th grader, Bethel Tate, 16-6, and Thane McCoy in the orange singlet there. Shoots in, nice double leg, deep, takes him down. Way to start Thane. Thane just trying to break him down to the mat and get control over him. Thane is a 10th grader, 27-4. Took second at Clinton Massey's sectional match. And Thane is he's going to try to run a tilt, which, has been a big thing in wrestling here for about better part of 15 years. Just because the way they changed the rules, it's easier to get back points, just to get them exposed and pick up points for it. So Thane is trying to run an arm bar, up 2-0 with a little over a minute to go in the period. And so we'll see how that goes. Now up on mat 2, we've got match 40. And that's Nick Hart of Graham Local, 22-1. And Caden Miller of Highland are going at it up there on mat 2. Mat 2. So we'll see now. Half. He's just battering the head there. He kicks him out. Hart's just looking for an opportunity to take him out. He's got what they call a cement mixer, and rolled through it.
Was that the chokehold?
Yeah, rear naked choke. That's not a good thing to be in. So we'll keep an eye here. We're at matches on both sides. The cement mixer again, and oh my goodness, Hart just takes him to his back, and I just don't suspect that this is going to be much longer on mat 2. So we will see what happens there. But he's got 45 seconds, so Miller's just got a long time to fight. We'll get back over to the Wilmington match in a minute here as we see how this one concludes with Hart from Graham. Graham, he is just tearing them up here right now. He's got the legs in. Could just get a little more hip pressure on the chest would probably help. But again, I'm sure they're well seasoned in who they wrestle during the course of the year.
A couple colleges, probably.
A couple colleges, yeah. And I did try to find the rankings to see where they were ranked, and I was not able. I found the individual rankings, but I did not find the team rankings. But, many years you had St. Ed's and Graham were 1 and 2 in the country, and I mean they would get literally 5,000 people to a high school wrestling match when those two would meet.
I think that's where Flow Sports, out of wrestling and doing those wrestling matches, that's where their claim to fame as far as streaming.
Well, you've got a school, and the name escapes me, but there's a school in New Jersey that's famous for high school wrestling. You've got Midwest High School in Oklahoma. You've got Graham. You've got St. Ed's. You've got about half a dozen really top-notch wrestling schools in the country, and we're just fortunate that we have 2 of them in Ohio.
Right.
Several of these kids, looking at that sheet of their rankings, Ohio State has, I would say, at least half a dozen of those kids were commits to Ohio State for wrestling. So the Buckeyes will be picking up some good talent here.
So you're saying they'll finally have a sport they can compete in?
Yeah. I think the problem, the better question is, what sport don't they compete in?
Well, even in their club sports, I think most of
their
club teams will beat most of the D1 regular teams.
Yeah. And, wow, I think we've got.
So on mat number 1, looks like.
So we've got a winner there for Thane McCoy. Moves to 28-4 as he beat his Bethel Tate opponent.
Another Wilmington wrestler moves on.
Yep.
So we're on mat 1.
Yeah, and that is, we still are. I'm thinking that might be Ross in Wyoming. I just don't know who the Vikings are. For some reason, I thought that Wyoming might be the Vikings. But Nick Hart from Graham is still up there wrestling on mat 2. He's ahead 11-4 in the second period. He's just doing some takedown practice there as he moves his lead out to 13-4. Caden Miller is just giving him everything he can, but sometimes when you get to certain levels, Rick, it's hard to get much more than what you can get out of yourself.
Right.
Okay, over here on mat 3, looks like we got a Greenville over there. We got a green wave, and
I see.
And that would be Ben Hartzell, 11th grader from Greenville, 21-2, and Ben Breaker of Ross, 23-3.
Hey, that would be the Rams, right?
Yep,
Rams.
Ross Rams. So we've got that identified. And Nick Hart back on mat 2. He just tossed his opponent off the mat by quite a bit. So Hart's just, and I guess the one thing that
I wonder what his as far as he looks like there's no fat on that body.
No, none whatsoever. And one thing, and I've seen this happen where some kids will wrestle the edge of the mat, which doesn't happen as much as it used to. But what they would do is they would keep themselves out of a position to be taken down, and sometimes upset some people that way. They've been a little bit more center-centric where they're always moving the wrestlers back to the middle, which gives them more room. Okay, down here it looks like
on number 1.
Yeah, mat 1 might be another Ross Ram. I think
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Now I believe that's in another weight class, so that would be. Well, that's Hartzell over there. So, so it might be in 145 already up there. Yeah, it is 145. That is, I think it's going to be Sean Beltran of Ross. He's 34-1, wrestling Henry Murray, Tippecanoe 2-3. So we've got takedown by Beltran. We're on mat 1.
So now we're okay. So we're back on mat 1. Are we? I see that we have 2 refs on each mat.
Right.
Is that when you get? Because I don't normally see that in regular dual meets and things like that. That's just when you get up higher towards the sectionals and district.
And I believe when you get to state, there'll be 3. And that way, if there's a decision to be made, you got 2 out of 3 makes the decision on it.
Right.
So, if there's a pin or there's a questionable takedown, you may see them confer on the side, and they'll discuss what happened. And sometimes they reverse it.
And we did a state meet, which is once again I think a 3-day event, just like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. A few years back, we followed Covington High School.
Right.
AJ Ganger, you remember AJ?
I remember AJ.
Went to Wilmington High School, was also an intern for us. And I think he's actually he's doing some reffing right now at one of the meets. But
very good.
His brother was a 3-time state champion. His freshman year, he was a state runner-up. So, and he wrestled for Covington, and we followed them. But, of course, there were 10 mats going at the state level, and that you talk about trying to cover. Of course, we did it audio only, but we had a lot of people calling in asking us to follow a certain particular mat and match up. And
so, actually, Rick, let's review here. If we take a look at mat 1, it is a Ross wrestler, but it's actually Ryan Foster, who's 31-6, and he's wrestling Jacob Bryan, a 12th grader from Wyoming, 23-3.
So and that's mat 1.
And that's 132 pounds still.
Right, so we're on mat 1 right now.
Now Nick Hart on mat 2 just won 21-7. In his match. No, I guess that's a medical timeout, I believe.
It's medical. And then we're on, let's go to Dean's camera, on mat number 3.
And that is a green wave.
And Ross Ram.
Right, that's Ben Hartzell. And that name's familiar because Ohio State, the Buckeyes had a tight end by the name of Ben Hartzell, so I don't know if there's a relation.
Probably
there.
Not the same kid.
Well, Ben's older though. I don't know if he's old enough to have a kid though.
Right.
I mean, he could have a kid, but I don't know if they're old enough to be in high school. So, but it looks like Hartzell's, pretty decent. Although I think the kid from Ross, this has been a competitive match. It's
4-3.
4-3 over there.
Yeah, tight match.
So going into the third period, well, they just gave a point.
4-4.
Oh, 4-4. So that was a point for.
So we'll stay on that mat.
Yeah,
we had mat number 2 conclude.
Right. Yeah, Breaker from Ross picked up a point right at the end of the period. So it's 4-4 going into the third period there, and Breaker's just trying to break him down. He's got a good deep half in there, Rick. If he can get off this now, if he can get off to the side and run with it, he'd be able to maybe put him on his back. You never know going into the third period. That's when you really get to the nuts and bolts of nuts and bolts of conditioning as far as and that a roll through on that, and wow, Breaker just put Hartzell on his back and caught him, and that was it.
I guess he was tired.
I was going to just say, I mean, it looked like Breaker was getting stronger there in that third period.
So what do we got going on mat number 2 now?
Okay, mat 2. That looks like that might be London. Yeah, it is. It's Josiah Kennedy, a 12th grader, 31-7. And he's wrestling Bethel Tate there. That would be Alex Whittington of Bethel, who's 13-1. So it's not too bad. And then we've got, we'll figure out what's on mat 3. It'll give us a second on that one. But on mat 2, that's looks like Kennedy is, yeah, nice move, low. Drop down to a single leg, takes him down to the mat. Kennedy takes a 2-0 lead there. Nice job, just flattening him out. He's using his hips really well. It throws in the leg, and he just wears him out by tossing that hip there, which gets him to roll through. And if he catches them in the right combination, then they're in trouble on that. So, trying to get kicking through on that. And that's what in the day, I don't know what they still call. We called it a crossbody ride, where there was a number of things that you could do to catch somebody, in a pinning combination or a tilt where you could pick up some points. Now, he's got a nice half in there. If he can pull him back on, no, it ain't going to happen. So we've got Josiah Kennedy up 2-0 over Alex Whittington of Bethel Tate, 13-1.
So on mat number 3, that we are up already 4-1. It looks like.
Yeah, I'm going to figure out who that is up there.
It looks like the one uni's red, white, and blue. The other is almost like a gold and blue or gold navy.
Well, I don't know if that's. No, we've seen Oakwood, so I don't think that's.
I don't think that's an Oakwood uni. So.
No. Watterson and Indian Hill, maybe. Well, what is it, Matt? No, it's match 43. Huh? If that's match 43, that would be Adam Cross of Carroll.
Okay, Carroll would be the Patriots, and they would be in the red, white, and blue.
And Aaron Cunningham of Oakwood. So
there you go. So it would be an Oakwood.
It's an alternate jersey from or uniform from what we saw earlier.
Right. Another reason why it's hard to follow sometimes.
Yes.
Because they don't all wear the same uniforms.
Yeah, not at all. So we just on mat 1. We just had a Ross Ram win there. That would be Ryan Foster, 9th grader of Ross, moves to 32-6. Jacob Bryan of Wyoming drops to 23-4. And back over on mat 1 is Josiah Kennedy of London. Or I'm sorry, mat 2, Josiah Kennedy and Alex Whittington. And still 2-0 going into the second period. Now Kennedy will be on the bottom here. And Whittington will be on top. Gets into the referee's position. And Kennedy right away escapes. Kennedy's pretty good on the mat from what we've seen. He gets good body extension, good quick reactions to shots. So Kennedy is up 3-0. And just looking for that opening right now as he circles. Whittington is, well, there's Kennedy, got in deep on a single, which we saw him do before. Gets an overhook on the head. If he can get his head into the ribs, Rick, he could get a cradle on him here.
Off the...
Yeah, and I think he's got it. He's got a cradle. And Whittington's taking him over there. Kennedy's pretty clean customer there in his moves. Nice single. He's really got this cradle in deep. And again, there it is. So Josiah Kennedy at 3 minutes and 5 seconds of the match pins Alex Whittington of Bethel Tate. Kennedy moves to 32-7, and Whittington drops to 13 and 12.
So we're back to mat number 3. We've got 2 new wrestlers.
Right. And I believe that is I think that's Bland there.
Is that in the gray?
Yeah, I think that's Bland's alternate. So that would be Nick Musselman, an 11th grader. Is it Jonathan Alder? Yep, that's who it is. So we got Oliver Byerly, 10th grader. Jonathan Alder, 32-5. Nick Musselman, 11th grader from Blanchester, 27-7. Potentially a pretty good match there. I mean, just based on records, that'll be closely matched kids. Alter has a 2-0 lead. Start out early in the match.
We've got a flock of seagulls in front of our camera. Poor Dean.
Isn't that a song? or isn't that a group?
It's a group.
Musical group? Yeah. So, yeah.
And then
and we got a Graham wrestler.
on number 2.
Yes, we got Nick Moore, 12th grader. Graham, 24-3 against Joe Rudolph of Baden.
I want to remind everybody tonight's action brought to you by Sam's Meat. Also, you can follow all this live on Baum's page as far as the results. So all the stats and results are right there on Baum's page. If you go to that on the internet, they're keeping everything up in live time.
Nice tilt by Moore of Graham. Rolled the Baden wrestler through. And now, see, this is if they can continue to do this, Rick, like in freestyle wrestling, you can end a match real quick because they'll just keep on giving you back points like you just did here again.
Right.
And you can see he's up 11-0 in the first period. And now I think they just gave him 2 more. So so if he gets 1 more back exposure, this match is over. And I think he's going to get it right here. And that's going to be the 2 points, and it's over 15-0. Wow.
Nice quick work.
Yeah, Nick Moore, very impressive from Graham. Just went out there and just boom, 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 and it was over.
Doesn't Graham have any fat wrestlers?
I don't think so. Depends on where they move in from, probably.
Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
These kids from Graham, you can see they have been in the weight room.
Yes. I knew a few kids that went to Graham. Started out at Genoa High School and ended up over there. So back over here on the Bland side of things, we've got Nick Musselman and Oliver Byerly of Alder, and it looks like Byerly has just put Musselman out of this match with a pin. So at 2 minutes and 35 seconds of the match, Oliver Byerly of Jonathan Alder moves to 33-5. Nick Musselman of Blanchester falls to 27-8. Well, that was over quick over there. And that was a Ross Ram that we just we missed there. That was, no, it wasn't. So let's see where that must have been our 145 opener there. What match was that? It was 50. Yeah, that was 50. So that was Sean Beltran, who was the wrestler who was 34-1 that just wrestled on mat 2. We didn't see any of it, but it was Beltran's 35th win of the year. He moves to 35-1, and Henry Murray of Tippecanoe, 2-3. There's a lot of Murrays that come out of Tippecanoe, I noticed. I wonder if they're all brothers or all kinfolk.
Looks like Dean, his camera is not
functioning.
I don't know whether he's got some kind of an issue with it or whether something perhaps has run down or someone's bumped it or.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's a little distressed down there. So.
Well, Dean's a perfectionist.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, so we'll try to get caught up here and get you guys up to speed on what we got going on here. I think on mat 3, they don't have a number on it over there. And that one on mat 2 is the wrong 2 wrestlers because that is not a kid from Ross.
I wonder if our other camera has run down too. We've only got one camera. I think they've. Hang on just a second. I'll go check them out.
Okay. So we've got what mat are we on there, Rick? We're on 2. Mat 3. Okay.
No, mat 2.
Okay, mat 2. So we are focused on mat 2 right now. And I believe that's probably, that would be Zane Nagel of New Richmond, I think. No, I don't know about that. So we will try to see. Now, when they have the numbers on there, it makes it a lot easier for us. According to that, it would be Zane Nagel, number 11, or 11th grader, New Richmond, 20-3, against Ripley Zantini, or Zanetti, 10th grader from Buckeye Valley, who is 18-6. 5-0 right now in that match. And I would believe that that is Zanetti. Zanetti's getting ready to take him over, and yeah. So it's getting tight. Zanetti's picking up some back points, and he's going to move this out to 8-0 at the end of the first period. So yeah, I would believe here is that Zanetti will, and he has the choice. He defers, which puts Nagel in a position to pick. He's going to go from a neutral position, and he will, they'll both move around. Zanetti just kind of wrestles with that kind of confidence that you see in a guy that's pretty decent, and based on his record at 18-6. Not a lot of difference between the records, but Zanetti, depending on what sectional he came out of, may have had a situation where he was they probably came out of the Graham sectional. So, if you're losing to a Graham kid in the finals, there's no disgrace in that. So Zanetti is up 10-0 after he takes down his opponent from New Richmond. And now the New Richmond wrestler, Zane Nagel, is in a position to score. They called a stalemate. Now, when they call a stalemate, what that means is there's about 15 seconds of no action where neither wrestler is in a position to make an offensive move. So they just restart him in the middle of the mat to get the action going again. Zanetti almost got a tilt there on Nagel. Zanetti keeps a lot of pressure on the back of the arm and the armpit, moves over on top, and he's in a great position up 10-0. He doesn't need to do anything dangerous. He just needs to continue to score, try to move to the 15-0 position, and then he will come away with the victory. For Nagel, he's just going to have to get up, and you just got to get point by point. You get your escape, you get your 1 point, you get a takedown, and there you go. So it's 1 point for Nagel. Zanetti is just maybe a little tired now, and Nagel just throws Zanetti across the mat. No points, but like I say, it appears that Zanetti could be a little bit tired at this point, and they gave a warning to Zanetti, so he's going to have to pick this up a little bit. Because this could be an interesting third period if Nagel can keep the pressure on and his conditioning's good. So Nagel picks the bottom, which will give him the position to get that single point. And then if he can follow up with a takedown, he can start chipping away. He's really going to need a home run type of move though, to what we would call a 5-pointer, where he can put him on his back from a takedown, and there you go. Nagel gets a reversal, and that's 2 more points, and it's 10-3. Now, if he can take him to his back here and pick up a 2 or 3, and we've got a stalling on Ripley Zanetti. And Zanetti's he's tired, and he's going to have to put his game back together, or else this is going to be a lot tougher match. So there's a point, and you got Nagel moving around there, and they're just kind of dancing right now.
I'm going to have to see if I can link that other camera back up, so I'm still working on it.
Okay, Rick's working on getting us back to some other action here. Nagel shoots on Zanetti. Zanetti, a duck under. Nice duck under by Zanetti. Picks up 2 more. He's out to 13-3. And he got it when he needed it. He was looking a little tired. And now he called a penalty point against Zanetti, because Zanetti just laid on top of him. And so it's 13-4 in favor of Ripley Zanetti over Zane Nagel of New Richmond. And Zanetti's going to have to move, because these points are going to start mounting on him. He can't not make offensive moves. So, he's going to have to try to dig an arm out, try to get an arm bar, or just kick him out. I mean, he is in a position where he's up by 9 points. So to kick him out here, give up 1 point, really is not going to hurt him. And on his feet, he can probably get through this next 35 seconds without too much trouble. But on the other hand, you've got Zane Nagel is going to have to make something happen. And he does, and he gets a point, and that makes it 13-5. Nagel quickly shoots a double leg and walks his man off the mat. So they're going to regroup in the middle. And we've got a 13-5 lead for Ripley Zanetti. Zanetti ties up with him under 15 seconds to go. It's probably pretty safe right now for Zanetti, unless something. And they just gave another point to Zane Nagel. And we've got 3 seconds to go, so it will be over. Zanetti's going to have to work on the conditioning, I'd say, going into that next match, because it was really impressive for 2 periods, and then looked kind of tired in that last period, but yet good enough to pick up the victory at 18-6. Zane Nagel drops to 20-4, and we'll see where we're at next with these matches. On mat 3, we've got Levi Morgan of Waynesville, 23-10, against Owen Hewitt of Eaton at 24-4. Let's see, we've got, and we're on mat 3. We now have Gage Burwanger, 23-8, against Owen Crabtree of Jonathan Halder, 24-14. Now we'll move back over to mat 2 where our camera is, and on mat 2 we've got match 52, which would be Brandon Rolfe of Clinton Massey, 26-10. He's taking on Alec Martin, 12th grader of Graham. He is 25-0, and Martin has already got Rolfe into a bad way. So they're going to bring it back to the middle here, and Martin's out to a 4-0 lead in the first 30 seconds of this match. Rolfe is just going to have to wrestle a defensive posture and try to keep himself out of harm's way without giving up points, which is hard to do without getting called for stalling and that. So we'll see what happens. They get the wrestlers in the middle there. 1:30 to go, 4-1 in favor of Alec Martin of Graham. And so they are still getting things rolling here. So I think we're running. Yeah, we're running to the end of this round here. We're in the 145-pound weight class, and when this ends here, we will be in a break mode, and then we will move into the second round. Now, I believe we'll probably be in the second round of the winners bracket, and then we will probably get one round of the losers bracket tonight, what I'm anticipating will happen. And then, nice move there by Alec Martin against Brandon Rolfe. 6-1, Alec Martin from St. Paris Graham, 25-0. And Brandon Rolfe needs to put something together here. Brandon's 26-10 on the season. And that was a new starting position, new referee's position that I hadn't seen before. And then there's a cradle by Martin, and Martin just walks Rolfe over. He picks up some more points, at least 2. And he hasn't broken the move yet. So he broke the move, and he just gave him 2 more points for near fall. And he's working an arm bar there, and he's going to pull him through and steps over the body. And we, back in the day, would call that a guillotine move. And he is got the leg in deep there. He's got a crossbody ride on Rolfe. And Martin is just trying to work his way into I'm sure, some kind of tilt. And try to pick up some more back points. It's 10-1 in the first period with about 5 seconds to go. So this period is nearly over. And we're going to move into the second period with Alec Martin of St. Paris Graham ahead 10-1. Choice went to Graham, and they picked neutral. So Alec Martin will start in the middle circle there with Brandon Rolfe. And he gets inside. Oh, beautiful shot on the leg. He's going to do a high-low move on him, just drops his hip off, follows the body up, picks up 2 more points, and it's 12-1. Alec Martin of St. Paris Graham. He's got Brandon Rolfe on his back. He's picking up some more back points and picked up another 3. Moves it out to 15-1. Now, if he's able to get any more back points. Now, this is a 3/4 Nelson here. If he's able to dump him over, which he does, his shoulders down. And this looks like it'll be a pin. Yes, and it ends up being a pin at 2:28 of the second period. And a winner for Alec Martin of St. Paris Graham, 26-0 now. Brandon Rolfe drops to 26-11. So it appears we are done with wrestling at this point. And we'll be back here with the second round. Rick will be back with us momentarily, and we'll be able to get this thing rolling. So here comes Rick right now, and we will see what's going on. But good first round. Graham was impressive. Saw some good wrestling there. And the second round will promise to be a little bit tougher because you'll have the winners from the first matches will pair up here now. And we should have some pretty decent matches coming up. So we will see how that works out.
All right, we've got our cameras back.
Very good.
I'll put us on to what would be number 2.
Mat 3.
3.
Okay, on mat 3. We've got the last match here for this round, and it is looks like Jonathan Alter and Bland. Yes, it is. So that would be Gage Berwanger of Blanchester, 23-8. He came out of his sectional number 1. Owen Crabtree of Alder was number 4. And And so Gage Burwanger picks up the victory. He moves to 24-8. And then Owen Crabtree of Jonathan Alder drops to 24-15. So
it's got a little break in the action. I guess they're getting ready to.
Yeah, they're cleaning the mats.
Clean the mats.
Well, they got one. Well, they got one more, Rick. On mat 3, we'll see who we got here in a second. What's our match number? It's match 56, which gives us Juan Enrique Garcia of Aiken, 25-8, and then Stephen Chang of Granville at 26-12.
Dean wants his iPhone charged, and we got like 6 different charging devices here, all with different ports.
Yes.
But none of them working on Dean's.
On the Deaner's.
No, I think I've got one over there. I'll see if I can plug him in over there.
Okay. So we've got a 2-2 tie here in the first period between Juan Enrique Garcia, 12th grader from Aiken, and Stephen Chang, 12th grader from Granville.
Sorry, Dean, none of these fit.
And 2-2 match. Good, tight match at this point, so we'll see how this plays out. Garcia is 25-8, the wrestler out of Cincinnati Aiken, and Chang is 26-12, and he is out of Granville.
Okay, maybe I've got to.
And it looks like that Chang right now has had Garcia in a bad way.
His coach was excited.
Yes, and he picked up 3 points for a near fall. So Stephen Chang leads 5-2 with about 20 seconds to go in the first period. And Chang continues to just drive his head in the ribs, trying to get a cradle on him, and really needs to tighten it up a little bit more before he can take him over. But he's in a position to control, and now he goes to a cross face, reaches across to the back of the tricep, and is really pretty much in control early in this match. But, Garcia will have a chance to come back. And, again, this is important to see where they're going to go as far as whether who's going to go down here. And it looks like the choice, I don't know who's got choice yet.
Some of these masks are just not the greatest masks.
Yeah, I'm over mask. I finished that a while back.
You're like living in Alabama, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Texas or Mississippi or wherever they got rid of them.
Well, I mean, I go frequently to Ohio State with Sydney. She sees all these specialists, and they give you masks left and right, but they're not. They fall apart.
Yeah. Okay, there was a false start, so we're going to start this again. We got Garcia from Aiken on the bottom, and we've got Chang from Granville on top. Just starting the second period. They restarted it. And, oh, nice. Chang followed Garcia as he tried to do a reversal on him and followed him out of bounds and didn't give up any points. So,
I like those Aiken unis there.
Yeah, those are called sublimation, where they, they blend it when they actually make the material. They're impregnated in it. So that's the new thing. Saw a lot of it in cross country and track.
I think they're doing that in semi-pro.
Yeah. Okay, and Chang just put Garcia on his back, and he's a little bit too far over. Although he's blocking Garcia's head, and Garcia powers through it. Nice move by Garcia, but he just can't keep on giving up back points like that. Chang assumes control. He's ahead 7-2 now. He's got Garcia on his back again here in the second period, and with 1 minute and 13 seconds to go in the second period, we've got Stephen Chang with a pin of Juan Enrique Garcia. Chang will move to 27-12, and Garcia is at 25-9. So that'll end the first round here. and we will be getting into the second round probably in about 10 minutes.
Okay, well, reminder, all weekend long, wrestling is being brought to you by Sam's Meats. Sports fans, stop by Sam's Meats in Wilmington, Ohio, and support a locally owned and operated business. Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, beef, along with deli cheeses and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping you save money and time. Dine in and enjoy homemade hot bar meals from our made-to-order grill menu. Sam's Meats also offering catering, party trays, and a variety of homemade desserts. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. Sam's Meats, our exclusive sponsor for high school wrestling at this Wilmington Districts. And we certainly appreciate Sherry over there at Sam's Meats and being a sponsor.
You weren't able to pull Tony Mancuso down here to do wrestling?
Tony doesn't know. He has not the first clue. He's an attorney. That's first of all, he's lucky. But Tony does know his football. He knows his basketball. He knows baseball.
He knows baseball, yeah.
Yeah, and but of course you and Tony on your sports show have gone round and round and talked all kinds of things.
We didn't have much chance to talk towards the end there with the after the Browns went on their little tear there, and I'm sure Tony was loving every minute of that, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't think so.
Especially when they beat the Steelers back to back. Yeah, Tony didn't have high hopes for the Browns at the beginning of the year.
Well, I mean, look at. I think we're all in that spot. You had the brightest of the teams with the Browns.
Yeah.
Tony, obviously a Bengals fan, and me with the Cowboys. So, most of us, we didn't have much of a hope or prayer.
And, and I agreed a lot with what Tony was saying about the Bengals. I think Joe Burrow was highly successful. Unfortunately got hurt. Hopefully it's not something that's going to, follow him.
Well, hopefully they'll get some people around him to protect him.
Yeah, they need offensive linemen, and hopefully that's going to be their priority. So it looks like we're going into round 2 here, Rick. And
Bill Raybeck and Rick Phillips here, bringing you all the action from Wilmington High School, the campus of Wilmington High School in Wilmington, Ohio. Our sort of home base for Campus Nation.
Yeah. And so we have down here.
Is this mat 1 or 2 that we're going
mat
to?
Mat 1, and it looks like this would be, I don't have a grip on this one yet. This would be match 1. No, this says 116. Oh, this is Consolation. Yeah. Okay, so they're going Consolation first.
We've also got something going on mat 2, so I assume these are all Consolation rounds?
Yep.
Okay.
That would be up there. We would have, appears to be, this would be tough. We don't have a updated bracket, guys, so we're going to kind of be wading through this whole thing again. But
well, one of their uniforms is red and black. That is half the high schools in Ohio. 300 high schools. It's like my Beaver Creek Beavers, orange and black.
Yeah.
Wilmington Hurricane.
Well, it's like in cross country. If you ever go to a cross country meet, I think everybody in the state of Ohio wears red. So you're seeing all these people come to the finish, and you better hope you got some black or gray or some kind of color mixed in with it.
Differentiation there. So right now we are on mat number 2.
Yeah, and we're trying to.
And I think this is a Western Brown wrestler and a Ross Rams wrestler on mat number 3. Hey,
we got it.
We got it there. That's
Giovanni Greco from Ross. And we've got A.J. Hurt, who was a number 1 coming out of the Bland sectional.
Now, if either one of these wrestlers loses, they've been eliminated.
Yeah, you lose this round, you're going home. So, so we've got, looks like right now that we've got Giovanni Greco is in control there.
This is what you call thinning the herd, Bill.
Yes. And it's... well, there's natural selection and thinning the herd and things like that. And seen some examples of
Only
that.
the strongest survive.
Well, I don't know about that.
How we make it.
I was thinking I think we got a potato there running the country too. That might be nice to call him a potato, but
I don't know how this mask.
yeah. So let's see what we got here.
I got like a stack. I'll have to go back out to the car here in a little while.
Yeah.
That would have been the time to take the break.
Yep. So we've got.
All right, so these are 3 consolation matches that we've got going on here. Western Brown and Ross, and then we're not sure about the other 2 teams on number 2.
I don't know. Well, we've got. I know the first match. Okay, so we've got A.J. Hurd of Western Brown, and we've got Giovanni Greco. Okay.
Right, and then on mat number 1.
Mat number 1 would come back around to, it should be Fenwick and River Valley, which I can't tell you that would be the case.
It's very difficult. We are in what we call the crow's nests, which is a press box that's above the floor. And Wilmington.
But on mat 3, the Western Brown wrestler is about, and he just did advance.
Yeah, pinned him.
So A.J. Hurd of Western Brown advances in the loser's bracket at 106 pounds. And this one will go pretty, I think, relatively quick, too. You'll get some good matches, but still, you're kind of separating the wheat from the chaff here in this round. Now, when we get to the second round, the winner's bracket, we'll see some
matches.
We'll see some good matches there.
Well, Dean's iPhone has come to life, so we've recharged it, or at least we've put a little charge in it.
I can tell his head is in a down position looking at a screen, so.
He must have 2 phones.
Yeah.
I can barely afford one. He's got 2 phones.
I was going to say he's versatile like that.
I'm paying him too much, Bill.
He's trading the cheeseburgers in.
Oh.
Is there just the one stream, or are there?
There's 3 cameras, and we switch.
You switch back and forth.
We switch back and forth,
Like
and try.
all of them are being broadcast at the same time.
No.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Yeah. No, we had. I assume he was a coach or a fan or whatever, but asking if we had 3 individual streams.
Yeah. Because I think he's a coach. He's probably hoping that they got individuals. We got individual streams. So.
Right.
Yeah, we're not at that technology level. We're not like NBC where we got NBC green.
Actually, it is possible. We can do that, but we would have to. We'd have to have 3 switching devices, which we don't have, at least not here with us. In fact, we're actually using Wilmington's Sling Studio equipment. We have been upgrading our equipment, so we sold off our slings. We don't have slings anymore.
Oh, okay.
We're going to the next level of technology.
Okay. So they're mixing winner and losers in. This is where we're gonna have to follow. That's the Jordan kid wrestling who won in the first round.
All right, so they're on number 2.
Yeah, mat 2.
Okay.
So we've got an 106 winner bracket going on, and that would be Barrick Jordan, and he would be wrestling Blake Niehaus of Batavia. So Jordan and Niehaus are going at it on mat 2, and right now Barrick Jordan is jumped out to I think that should be 8-3 because they add the points to the wrong column. You don't want to do that, Rick.
No.
But Barrick's in there really deep, dumps him, follows it through, another 2 points, and it's just been a pretty much a takedown clinic. Now I wonder if this is Jim Jordan's son or Jeff Jordan's son. I do not know.
Oh, if someone out there knows, just text us.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know.
937-527-6674.
Right.
I'm on mat number 1 now, and we've got, it looks like a powder blue uni.
I don't know who. I'm going to say that looks like a cross on the back there, so that could be like Bishop Fenwick, or it's one of the Catholic schools, I would say.
And then the other uni is like a red and
Yeah,
yellow.
but you see on the back there, it looks like there's a cross in the middle of the back.
Uh-huh. Well, that was like DeSales. You know,
Right.
they had a cross on there.
Right. I think that is Ethan Evans of Fenwick.
All right. Bishop Fenwick.
And I'll bet you the blue, no, I would bet you not. No, I think the blue is River Valley.
Okay. And that would make sense, River.
Yeah. And so that would be Gabe Thacker of River Valley and Ethan Evans of Fenwick.
We try as much as possible to follow each of the matches and to be able to at least get these young people's names up on the air and
some exposure.
That's
you
right.
know.
That's right. It's difficult with 3 mats. You can imagine at state level with 10 mats for us trying to follow that.
Well, it's kind of like a football game when we're trying to follow those. If you don't have people spotting and giving you numbers and names, it's really difficult to stay with it. We do the best we can. We hope to bring coverage for these young men
and women.
And women. God knows that there's wrestling's not one of those marquee sports, especially high school wrestling and that, where they get a lot of publicity. But as Rick said, we do get a lot of people.
Right. All of our wrestling that we've done here at Wilmington and also over at East Clinton have gotten great views and viewership. So,
and
I think it's for that very reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, they just don't understand it, so they get a little bit of insight into how it works in that.
Yeah. Barrick Jordan is just keep on running it up over. It's 18-7 at this point, 18-8, and he'll probably take him down and put him on his back, which would end it. Yeah, well, no, he just looks like he's gonna let him up again. So that's 20-9, 11-point lead. Oh, now he gets a nice deep shot in there, picks the ankle, and there's still 30 seconds to go. I mean, he picked up 2 more, 22-9. He's got a 13-point lead right now. Kicks him out, 22-10. Ironically, that was what my son got beat in the district championship match a few years ago.
22-10?
22-10 against a 4-time state champion. So, and I'm sure Barrick's probably going to be one of those guys that's going to be a 4-time state champ. So, Barrick just picked up the win, 27-10. Boy, just a takedown clinic there, Rick. Just a takedown clinic on that one.
So we're back to mat number 3, Dean's camera.
And we will figure that one out here in a second as soon as I see who's in the singlet on the bottom, and we'll try to do this the best we can.
Well, we have 3 cameras. We've got one here with us in the crow's nest, and I can adjust it. I'm not following the action like Dean does.
Right.
And then we have a stationary camera on the other mat, which would be mat number 1.
Right.
And we have no control of that other than to switch to it when we need to.
Right.
And that's where we are right now. Here's number 1 right there.
Yeah. And
that was the River.
That was River Valley. That would have been Gabe Thacker of River Valley and Ethan Evans of Fenwick.
There's a break in the action with their match, so I don't know whether they're.
And what's that? That's is that River Valley or that's Licking Valley? I can't. Oh, that's Valley View.
Valley View. Okay.
So over on mat 2. Let's see here. We will find that Valley View. That would be Gabe Wilcox of Valley View. And I think it's going to be Nolan Ebel of I don't know. I want to say I don't know actually who that other wrestler is. I do know it's Evan Wilcox. He's a sophomore from Valley View. He would be wrestling the loser of the Nolan Ebel Bellbrook versus A.J. Kimball of Licking Valley. So as soon as we can figure that out, we'll let you know. But looks like it was a good throw by there with Wilcox, and he's in control 4-1 at this point. So they'll move these in now. Rick, is this this round will be the end of it for tonight?
Should be.
Because that'll have 2 rounds of winners and one round of losers bracket in the books.
And then again tomorrow night, the
same thing.
Right. And then the finals on Saturday.
Right. And at that point, they'll be down to about probably 8 wrestlers in the bracket still. It'll go pretty quickly. But Wilcox keeps the head attack going. It's 4-2 in his match over there on mat 2. Oh, Wilcox, deep shot, doubles up the legs. He pops his head out of here. He's going to come. Yeah, 2 more points. It's 6-4 for Evan Wilcox. He's doing a really nice job there. He's got the ankle covered, and probably it looks like he's trying to get a little tilt action there to get some back points out of this. If he can get an arm bar, and he's looking to grab a wrist. And so at the end of the first period, Evan Wilcox with a 6-2 lead. Yeah, it's it'll be an interesting spring as the country starts to recover and we see more things going on. Apparently, the governor was going to talk at 5:30 tonight. We had a new announcement, so they were talking on the way in when I was listening to the radio about what is he going to talk about. Is he going to talk about opening Ohio like Texas and Mississippi, and he's under a lot of pressure.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's under tons of pressure. There's at least 3 different bills trying to take his
power away.
Beyond 90 days.
Not to be political, although I don't know how much it's actually politics or simply
stating facts.
The science of health or health science or whatever. But there's no question that it can be just as detrimental to these young people, these athletes, kids in school that are trying to lead a normal life.
Yeah.
And we don't want to put them in jeopardy, but we know that young people in particular, they're not really susceptible that much to actually getting sick from this.
No, and at our school where I teach, we've not had directly within the school, we've not had kids that have been sick. And I'm in a high school. It's been more the parents or people around them,
right?
And then they're on, they go on the contact tracing thing, and then they're out for 10 days. It was, the first 3 quarters of the year was just a mess. But as we
Barrick Jordan's, let's see, I'm trying to see. We've got a text here. Barrick Jordan's dad is Joe Jordan, who wrestled for Lemon Monroe High School in the mid-'90s.
Oh.
So we thank you, fan, for letting us know that.
So now, if you know this, what is Joe Jordan's connection to
Jim Jordan?
Jim Jordan or Jeff Jordan? Is he a cousin?
If they're related, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, they might not be.
You guys doing okay?
Yeah.
We're doing good. Now, how many more...
Is this round? So you're running your winners and losers together in this, right?
So we've got the championship bracket and the consolation bracket going at the same
Right,
time.
right.
Championship brackets are on mat 2 and 3.
Okay.
Consolations are on mat 1.
I got it.
We will finish out the championship round, finish out the consolation round, and then wrestle a second consolation round at the very
Tonight?
end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there'll actually be 4 rounds tonight.
Okay. Okay.
But I got a guy who's watching online, and he just said, wanted to make sure you guys had an updated bracket. So if you
We don't. Well, so we've got this at the beginning. We don't have the updated bracket.
can that laptop be on the internet?
Yes, in fact, it should be for Sydney. The number 4,
Okay.
Sydney.
Okay, yeah, because Bombs is as live as possible. Number 4.
4. Oh, it's SY. Okay. Okay, let's try that.
There we go. Yeah, so that, just hit the refresh button, it should completely.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep, so there we go. And then he also mentioned, I think you guys said something about the college running it. But that it's just Southwest District, Jeff Wiederhold.
So you just supply the workers for it?
No, the college only helped set up last night.
Oh, okay.
And I
Okay.
work at the college, so maybe that, like,
Okay.
so some of my emails or phone calls came from the college. But,
Okay.
yeah, so
Okay.
it's hosted and ran by Wilmington High School.
Yeah, well, we had mentioned that we didn't know what the connection was actually with it, so.
Yeah, you want to say Wilmington Wrestling all you want on air. That's fine. Well, we did mention Wilmington Wrestling. Good, yeah, you can do that all you want. They provided some pretty cones and some other things. But it's because I just stole them from somebody on campus. You guys aren't live, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we are live.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
You guys doing a great job for me saying just a couple things that you wanted to point out.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate the help.
And if you guys need anything, just let me know. We do have some pizza down in the bottom corner.
Okay.
And if you'd like some food or something like that, just let me know.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks. All right, so some updating there, Bill, and
Yes.
schmoozing.
Yeah.
And for our listeners out there, we certainly appreciate the comments, especially if you can enlighten us and bring us up to date on some things. And we try to keep up with the most recent things, but with 3 mats and all these rounds and consolation rounds and
But we do know now that the way it's working is mats 2 and 3 are the championship matches. When they conclude all the weight classes in the championship round, will only be 2 rounds tonight. All the mats will start running consolation matches, and then there will actually be a second round of consolations, which is a kind of different than what a regular tournament would be. In a normal tournament, they would run 2 complete rounds. Of course, you'd have all the weight classes here.
right.
And so that's how they're going to do it. And to run down, I guess this is the best way to do it. If we take a look at 106, if you're following along, in the second round, we had Brady Fisher of London pins Tim Woods of Franklin. I'm sorry, Brady Fisher, pins Tim Woods of Franklin at 359. And then we've got in the next 113-pound quarter, we've got Giovanni Greco, and we had A.J. Hurt, which we were right on that one, Rick. And
we got one right?
we got one right. We got that going for us. And we got Hurt from Western Brown wins by pin at 125. And Barrick Jordan wrestled. And then we got this one. Oh, we got 2 in a row, right, Rick?
2.
Blake Niehaus from Batavia. Jordan wins 27-10 in a technical fall. And then we've got Xavier Pierce from Jonathan Alder. He wrestled Caleb Thomas of Monroe, and that is going on. So I think we're still, we got Monroe, and at least it's not been updated here because I don't see those guys on there. So
We're also Brian Penix will be in. He will help us here a little later.
Yeah.
For our second wind, I guess you could say. And he's got right now. He's got what is it? The student parent teacher.
Yeah.
Whatever. Is that going on right now, Bill?
I don't know. That's not my district. And then in the losers bracket for 106. Kelsch of Norwood beats Sweatman of Tippecanoe, pin 54 seconds.
You might need that.
Did it fall out of my pocket?
It must have.
Wow.
I didn't pick it.
No, I mean, where was it?
It was on the floor.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we've got Abner of Eaton wrestled Costa of Granville, and Costa won by pin, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. He will wrestle Niehaus from Batavia. That should be a good match. And then we've got Evans of Fenwick wrestled Thacker of River Valley, and Evans from Fenwick won. He will wrestle Greco from Ross in the next round. And then you have Smith from Blanchester wrestled Deem from Monroe. And that match, I believe, is, well, according to this, is still going on. It just might not have the results in yet.
So here's our fan commenting again. No relation I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
But I do believe Barrick has trained at some of the Jordan camps. I wrestled with his dad, Joe, and enjoyed keeping up with Barrick's wrestling career. He's done some great wrestling in Arizona as well. They just moved to Ohio this year.
Oh, okay.
Well, anyway.
Well,
He's got Sony moving in from Arizona.
He's got a popular name there, at least.
And well, yeah. And of course, I used to live in Phoenix as I got shunned at different states and had to move around.
Were you a Cardinals fan when you were out there?
No, in fact, no. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, you'd have to go a ways there to become a Cardinals fan. Although, you did see J.J. Watt move over there.
I saw that, yeah.
Which was a big surprise. Well, no, it wasn't. It was a money move. You know, we were led to believe that it was going to be a combination of going to a Super Bowl contender along with money. Well, the money won out on that one, Rick.
Right.
So in a 113-pound weight class, which we should be going here pretty soon. Matter of fact, I'm sure we are. We just have to get caught up on it. Let's see. In one of the quarterfinals, we've got O'Leary of Wyoming, and we have Rayburn of Hartley. In another, we've got Ebel of Bellbrook is wrestling Wilcox of Valley View. We saw that one. I believe Wilcox won that match. Then we have Anderson of Franklin wrestling Hinton of Northwood. And in the last quarterfinal of the winner's bracket at 113, we've got Miller of Ross, and he's wrestling Chapman of Jonathan Alder. So that's through 113. That would be how the winner's bracket will play out.
You can find all that information on Baum's page on the internet.
And they're trying to keep it up to date as much as they can.
Which is good. They give us the live information as live as it can be.
Right.
About as live as we are, Bill.
You're giving us a lot of credit there, Rick. We got a pulse. That's a good day.
That's a good day. So we got a Ram down on mat number 3 and a Jonathan Alder wrestler.
Okay, so we're looking.
That's Consolation, right?
Yeah. No, those are 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Or did he say 1 and? I thought he said 2 and 3 were done.
You've already forgot.
I already forgot. I thought he said 1 was the Consolation, and 2 and 3, since they're in the center, were the winner's bracket. But let me check. I should be able to see what we're doing here. Okay.
Dino's running the camera there on mat 3.
Yeah. And ooh. Nice move over there. That's Alder and Ross, right?
It appears, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not happening in that bracket.
And then I'm on mat number 1, where
I think we might already be over in the other. We might be in 120 over there, Rick.
On deck on mat 3, Joe Perkins, Lincoln Valley. Brandon Sauer, Batavia.
Okay, so what did they say? Perkins? Yeah, okay, we got it. Sauter of Batavia. So we got that one, Rick.
okay.
So on mat 3, we've got Joe Perkins of Licking Valley, and he will be taking on Brandon Sauter of Batavia. Sauter is now 35-0, and Perkins is 28-8.
This is on mat 3?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's supposed to be.
I was going to say, with the cross on the back
No,
of the one
that's-
uni,
no,
it looks
it's
more
not.
like, yeah.
It's not. That would be, that's DeSales.
And Ross.
DeSales and Ross. Okay, I see it.
Got it?
Okay, so that would be Jaden Earls of Ross. He is taking on Owen Egan of Columbus DeSales.
Now, is this consolation or is this?
This is winners.
This is winners. Okay. All right.
We've got Earls is 31-5 coming into this match, and Egan is 19-4. So we'll focus on that.
Yeah, we'll try as much as possible to get around the mats, but more importantly, we want to
Be accurate on the.
We want to see these winner.
Winner brackets.
matches.
Yeah. And so we've got Egan. Egan's kind of doing a nice spin around on that. He's trying to tilt him. If he can get that wrist, he's going to work that to see if he can get it. And if he can get that wrist, he will tilt him, and I think he's going to get a tilt. He's going to now. Didn't get two yet. You got to get a 2-second exposure to the back before they can award the 2-point. Oh, so he takes him the other way, and that's going to be 2 points there, if not more. That's going to be a 3-pointer now.
We got a Wilmington wrestler on mat number 2,
and Earls is able to get over what we call belly out, and that's going to take us to back to the middle. But it is 4-0 in favor of Owen Egan of Columbus DeSales.
So on mat number 2, we've got Wilmington, and it looks like a Green Wave wrestler.
And that would be, okay, let's see. Not seeing that. Let me see if that's, okay, that would be Hibbs. And
these are both winners as well.
yeah, yes, that's Hibbs and Kallenberger of Greenville. Okay, that's on mat 2. We'll get back to that one here momentarily. We're and we've got Egan. Okay, so Egan picked up 3 more points. He's leading 7-0 going into the second period, and we'll try to join the match over there between Wilmington and Greenville momentarily while we wait for the other one to start. We've got a 0-0 there with about 55 seconds to go in the first period. That is Drake Kallenberger and Carson Hibbs. Nice, kind of a half-hearted shot there. Okay, back over to mat 3. We've got a change of action here. We've got Jaden Earls of Ross caught Owen Egan and had him on his back, and he's still got him in trouble. He's got he had an arm bar on him, but was not able to go with it. And then Egan recovers, gets a reversal for 2. So
11-2,
and he's got another tilt now. You know, he's got to be careful, Rick, because you can get a defensive pin if you put yourself in a position where you're laying on the mat, and
right.
they'll call the pin for the other guy.
Uh-huh.
So they do have to watch out for that. I have seen it happen a couple times. Okay, and then Egan has just taken Earls over again, and he's got him pretty deep on this one. And there it is. So a pin with Owen Egan of Columbus DeSales winning over Jaden Earls of Rossford, and Egan will move on to the semifinals.
So we're back to Wilmington, and
then, we jump back to Kallenberger and Hibbs over here. Kallenberger is from Greenville and Hibbs from Wilmington, and that is 0-0 in the second period, just starting the second period. So Hibbs gets up, nice switch, gets inside there, picks up the leg, and if he can dump him here and finish this it'll be a 2-point reversal. At the very worst, Hibbs should get 1 point if he has to kick him out. So Now, nice job by Kallenberger. And they gave 2 points. No, they gave 1 point to Hibbs for the escape. And, right away, Kallenberger turned around, shot on him. Well, it looked like he was going to get a 2-point takedown, but Hibbs may be able to turn this into a takedown as he's nearly putting Kallenberger on his back. And, as a matter of fact, they gave the 2 points to Hibbs. So Hibbs takes the 3-0 lead with 1 minute to go in the second period. Hibbs working hard to turn them over and try to pick up some back points and add to that lead. Kallenberger just needs to stretch out. He can't, no, this is not good. If Hibbs is able to take him through, but Kallenberger comes around and gets the reversal, 3-2. And so Kallenberger answers the call, and he's, real close to getting a gable in there and drops down on the leg. Hibbs is able, now Hibbs can control the wrist. He downs the head and spins around. He's going to be able to pick up some. And there's another takedown for Hibbs. And Carson Hibbs is up 5-2 with 15 seconds to go in the second period. And now they're both kind of resting right there, Rick. It's Hibbs is working a little bit, just enough to keep him from calling stalling. But he's got that arm bar in, and that was real close. So going into the second period, we've got Carson Hibbs of Wilmington up 5-2 over Drake Kallenberger. And so we'll start the third period in a pretty good match here. On mat 3, we'll see if we can get looks like that might be a Batavia wrestler over there.
I believe at least one of them's a Batavia wrestler.
Yes. Okay, that is Perkins from Alter, I believe. And
so Jonathan Alder and Batavia?
Yeah. And Sauter is undefeated this year. He's 35-0 at this point. So.
And is he up 2-1?
He's up 2-1, right. So, of course, 35-0 doesn't mean anything unless you go to 36-0. So.
True.
So,
that's true.
But you're always impressed when you see a kid that makes it this far and hasn't lost.
Right.
I mean, you don't see it happen very often in any sport. So
on mat number 1.
Mat number 1's a consolation match, and so
we got a green wave wrestler.
Yeah. And that would probably have to be, let's see, Greenville. I think that's Dispinetti and, yes, Oakwood. Okay, so Dispinetti of Greenville and Medor of Oakwood. And then we're going to jump back to mat 2. We've got Hibbs and Kallenberger, and Hibbs is in a position here. Picks up a reversal, goes up 7-2 in the third period. And, it gives you, at this point, Rick, when you get that 5-point lead, you just can't be careless. But that's hard to overcome. And so Hibbs is in good position there for Wilmington. And let's see. So we'll see what happens there. Now, see if Hibbs works for the pin or, just does enough to get on to the next round. And, there's some people who are like that. And there's a stalling, so he wasn't doing enough in the official's eyes. He's trying to get a half in there. And that's it. So Carson Hibbs of Wilmington moves to 33-6 on the season and moves on to the next round. He'll face Owen Egan of Columbus DeSales in the semifinals.
So back to mat 3, we've got Jonathan Alder and who do we say?
And Oakwood, I believe. Yep.
Right.
Finney of Oakwood and Josh Proper.
I think Oakwood's the Lumberjacks, aren't they? No, I think they are, Bill.
Are they really?
I think so.
Gosh, I don't remember. Well, here. They might be in that.
In the.
This. Yeah, here.
All right, let's see.
I don't know if they got the nicknames. No, they don't.
Oh, look at this. 3-time state champions, Jared Ganger, Covington.
Yeah.
AJ's brother, and
No.
that was when we were at state.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I see a few state champions listed as
For
Graham. Let's see.
You'll notice at
1, 2, 3, 4,
You'll notice at the
5,
top
6,
of the
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay.
You'll notice at the top here you've got Jim Jordan and Jeff Jordan, the 4-time state champs.
Uh-huh.
So we've got over there when we've got Finney, Parker Finney of Oakwood is 19-2, and we got Josh Proper of Jonathan Alder is 34-4, and we're going to the second period there. And Proper has the choice. He defers to the second period, or defers actually to third period for choice. And we'll start on top. Because as we talked about, Finney's really going to want to, he's going to let them up. And when they let him up, they give up a point on that. But, he must feel that his takedown game is good enough that he's going to be able to make up for that.
2 points are better than 1.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Unless you don't get the 2.
Well, that's true.
Then you lost on that.
That's what you get for thinking, though.
Yeah, that's right. So Proper is they're in a bear hug position. We used to call that short ribs. And, there you go. Proper picks up the single and drops him. And he will shortly, now if he throws a crossface in there and can throw that high leg over, he should be in a good situation to pick up. I think he's going to get a point here in a second. Yeah, so they gave him the 2 points. So it moves to 6-3 in favor of Josh Proper of Alder. And now he's trying to run a tilt to pick up a few more points. You got to be careful, though, Rick. He's
easy to.
He really got too high, and Finney's trying to dump him off, and he does. He's going to get his head out, and here a 2-point reversal. So Finney gets a reversal, 6-5. Now Finney's got to do something with the top position, which he hasn't done much when he's there. So let's see if he can finish. He keeps on moving around now. Finney's got the crossbody. Nice roll through by Proper, and Proper picks up 2 points, so it's 8-5.
Back and forth.
So we're just reversing each other here. 30 seconds to go in the second period, and Proper is just trying to capture that arm, suck it in, set it up for a tilt. Again, the tilt, you got to be careful. You tilt yourself all the way through and either pin yourself or find yourself reversed. So, I think what he's doing is the right thing here is going to try to be careful, get to the second period with that 3-point lead instead of, being there with a 1 point. Now he's moving into him, hip over him. And so nice job by Josh Proper. He maintained his 3-point lead going into that last period. And I think that's crucial for him to, anybody can take that 3-point lead. And plus he's on the bottom, which means he's going to be able to, he can stand up and get out or reverse. He's going to really put Parker Finley into a bad spot. And there he gets his hip over there, and he's pulling up on that bottom leg. But nice job by Finney. He tied it up. This is should be a stalemate if they don't. Okay, they got out of it because it is another couple seconds. Oh, now here we go. He's got the crossbody right. If he can he's trying to get his arm behind that kid's head.
We got a close match going on mat number 2. It's 5-4, and trying to determine who we've got.
Well, that probably would be the next weight class. Let's see what we got there. Waynesville? No. Highland?
Looks like it. Yeah.
So now it would have to be, it's not Cox and Ellis, so it could be Licking Valley. Yeah, I think the guy in the bottom is Licking Valley.
Right.
So that would be, that match there is Stevens, Elijah Stevens of Licking Valley, and Caleb Kennington of Kenton Ridge.
Right now 5-4.
see who has the lead.
We've got 2 close matches going on.
Yeah,
here.
we got a couple on both sides. Although, on mat 3, depending on what happens here, if boy, now it's an 8-7 match over on mat 3, and there could be wow, that was really close there. It was looking like there was going to be 2 points awarded to Finney, and Finney's cut this. Should be 8-7 now over there. Parker Finney cuts it to 8-7.
5-5 on 7-5 now on mat 2.
You've got Stalling over here on.
But they haven't given him the 2 points.
No, it was his first warning. So you had Proper get the warning, and he's going to make it because he's under 15 seconds now. So that called double stalling.
8-6.
So yeah, so it's going to be Josh Proper of Jonathan Alder is going to advance 8-6, and let's move back over to mat 2, and that is in the 126-pound weight class, and that is Caleb Kennington of Kenton Ridge and Elijah Stevens of Licking Valley. And we've got a 9-6 match over there. And it looks like Kennington is going to, was in a position to score.
And then I can't tell, is this Western Brown on
Yeah, I
mat
believe
number
that
3?
is.
And Graham? Is that Graham?
No, I don't think it's Graham, but
I need all 126 pounders.
huh.
Back to the low bid. 126.
We'll get that one in a second here. Let's see what happens here. Kennington's got good hip pressure. It's pushing down on the head of Stevens. And but Stevens, if Stevens can pull that in, but there's only 6 seconds to go, so it doesn't look like Stevens going to be able to pull that in for 2 points. So we've got, I'm assuming here that this is going to be, whose hand did they raise? I'm assuming it was Kenton Ridge was the winner on that. So Caleb Kennington. And then, okay, over here, let's figure this one out.
Number 3.
Mat number 3, okay. That might be, we might even be in the next weight class on that, which would be 132. Yes, Western Brown. That's Batista of Western Brown and Rush of Columbus DeSales.
All right.
So.
And then we've got a new one on mat number 2.
That's Lemon Monroe. So let's see where are we at with that. Okay, so that's might still be up at 120. Okay, where's Monroe? I don't see that, Rick. Of course, that unless it's a consolation match. But
Well, they could. I don't know why they would wrestle on that mat, though. I think they'd have it on mat number 1.
you would think they would. It's definitely Monroe, though, in the white.
And then the other unit's red, it looks like.
Yeah, it could be New Richmond or. Back over on mat 2, it looks like the Columbus DeSales wrestlers. Rush has taken some control there.
Mat 3.
Yeah, mat 3. We've got Drake Batista of Western Brown and Aiden Rush of Columbus DeSales. And looks like Aiden Rush is in control right now in the second period, 6-0. We will try to get figure this other one out here momentarily.
So would they actually wear different unis between matches?
Yeah, because they get wet, they get sweaty, so they want to dry. So, yeah, that started several years ago where you would have wrestlers sometimes have 3 singlets for a night, and they would wear a different one every night.
Right.
A lot of places have championship singlets, and they only wear those, like it'll be a certain color, and they'll only wear those if you get to the first and second place match.
Okay.
And we kind of did that in cross country at East Clinton. We have a certain set that we only wear in the championship meets, like the league meet or districts. That's the only time we wear those. And
so we got a break in the action on mat number 3.
Yeah,
it looks like someone being attended to here.
So I'm still trying to figure this one out, Rick. See.
On mat number 2. Nothing going on mat number 1.
Yeah.
We're live from Wilmington High School on the campus of Wilmington for Division II District Wrestling.
Yep.
Bill Raybeck and yours truly, Rick Phillips, Campus Nation, your Internet Sports Authority.
So I'm assuming this might be, I want to go back and check before I put my foot in my mouth. Unless that's back there. Nah, I don't think so. That bracket's done. Huh.
So I think that was called.
Yeah, it must be a default for Western Brown.
Looked like maybe there was a shoulder injury or.
Yeah. So that would. Okay, so we've got we're getting
like catching up on the
yeah, they're just finding those two guys that are wrestling out though is the problem, because that's Monroe and I can't.
And it's over.
Yeah. And I just don't know. I wish apologize on that, but
so they are sanitizing the mats again.
Yeah. So we'll be at a break time here again, but
they're going to come up and spray us here in a minute.
They probably should. But okay,
so they're going into the 132-pound bracket.
Maybe we'll be able to keep up a couple matches there at least.
That's right. Yeah. We've had good turnout tonight.
Yeah. Well, as much as they'll let you come in, that's the thing.
That's true. I mean, you don't. And I hadn't caught the governor's announcements, but he did lay out a plan as to what it will take to do away with all the statewide health mandates that he has imposed.
So it'll be another year before we get out of that. But like I said, there has been 3 resolutions put into the Ohio General Assembly to limit the emergency powers.
Yeah, they've done that. They or at least they are attempting that in a number of states. Where now Ohio, I must say, DeWine has not been a tyrant like
Gretchen Whitmer,
maybe some of the other states that have really been locked down. The bottom line is,
Gavin Newsom.
If you're a thinking person and you look at Texas or Florida or some of the states that literally
South Dakota
have not locked down or have locked down very little, there is no difference in comparison with the with the results in those states compared to the other states that have been heavily locked down, other than the economies have been crashed in those states.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
And of course, I guess hindsight, but I think that, the big problem here is it's going to take a lot for a lot of these states to recover economically. And more importantly, for young people, there have been issues mentally. There have been
Sure.
issues that are, in some cases, far exceed anything that they've had to worry about as far as COVID itself. But,
Well, one of the things I read about, I actually heard on the way in is Sinclair Broadcasting cut 100 broadcasters nationwide from all their different TV.
you mean had to reduce their
Yep. Because of the COVID, they had to make cuts. So, it's hurting all industries.
Yeah, I mean, as a business person, there are new opportunities,
Right.
and then obviously there's detrimental sides to it as well.
Oh, yeah.
So some people win, some people lose. With streaming, this has become more important even, ever.
Well, yeah.
And this isn't something that's like we decided that we were going to be streaming, 2 weeks ago or the beginning of the year or whatever. There have been a lot of new streaming companies come online.
Right.
We've been doing this for almost 10 years, so.
Right. Right. Yep.
But there's a break in the action. They've sanitized the mats. We're getting ready for
They have a mat. Something going on down here on mat 1.
Mat 1. Let's cut to it and see what we've got.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who are.
Would this be 132?
I thought they said they were starting 132.
Well, that's what it sounded like.
Right, but that looks like a
Consolation.
that could be Milton Union, I suppose.
Now, have you seen, Bill, I know at East Clinton, they've had cameras installed in the gym.
Yeah.
And that's been that way for a while.
Yep.
I know that Clinton Massey installed a huddle camera in their gym.
Right.
And it's pretty good for basketball and volleyball. It doesn't do a very good job for
It seems
for
to
wrestling.
be. It seems to be pixelated. I mean, what we see on ours, when you look at the gym shot, and now maybe you can adjust that because we have like a generic. It's on all the time. So
Right. With the AI, the artificial intelligence, which controls these cameras, for the most part, they've got it down, I think, for basketball
Right.
and for volleyball.
Right.
But when it comes to other sports, I just don't think they have it yet. Now, the other problem, I've watched a lot of district basketball, and of course, if they don't have announcers, you don't know what the score is, and
Right.
and the cameras can't switch up to the scoreboard, so it's just back and forth. And if you're not really careful, you can blink and not know who's ahead.
Right.
Saw a real good game between Mason's girls and Wayne's girls. I think it was last night, and it went back and forth the whole night. And Wayne finally pulled it out there.
right.
I think they won by 4 or 5, something like that. But there've been a lot of close games. We're getting into that point now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's as the season and this has been really an odd year because everybody has had lesser opportunities to prepare. So you just don't know much about how things are going to be. You got kids sitting out, and week to week things change. So with who's COVID, on
Well, and for Wilmington, of course, we followed Wilmington in football, Massey in football.
right,
Did some East Clinton in football.
right,
But we did, for the first time, we did Friday night live football because of COVID. And so that was good for us
right, right,
because we had, some of the games, we had 5,000-6,000 views.
right.
Now it looks like they're getting ready to start this
Yeah,
this next 132 round.
Kenton Ridge.
Is that Carroll over there in the red, white, and blue?
I think it is.
That is mat number 3.
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking for semifinal. We're Kenton Ridge. And I'm missing that one. And Carroll. I don't see Carroll.
Well, it could be another team that's red, white, and blue. The Patriots.
Yeah, but that's
Carroll.
but that's Kenton Ridge there.
Right.
Let's see. Here it is. Well, that's not Kenton Ridge though.
Is it Carroll?
It's they got Carroll and Indian Hills.
Okay.
I don't think that's in the other guy. I think it said Kenton Ridge on the front of his singlet though.
Well, then that wouldn't be. And then over on mat number 2.
Yep. And that's Greenville, I'm assuming. It says Ville on the front of it.
No, I think Greenville would be green.
Oh, that's true. They were the Wave, weren't they?
Right, green wave.
Well, we're going to figure this out.
We have been to so many different high schools over the years, and I've always been pretty good at knowing their the teams and their mascots and that kind of thing. But when you've got this many tees in
It's hard
this
to-
small a space,
It makes it hard.
it makes it interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're being pretty useless right now.
So this is 132 weight.
I don't know if it is 132. That's the thing. I'm looking at 132.
And you don't see anything.
I'm not seeing, let's see, CRV, River Valley, Wilmington. See, I don't know that we saw Thane McCoy wrestle yet.
Well, Ville
Well,
won.
he would be coming up.
Ville won on mat number 2.
Okay, so let's see who else we got coming up here. Rush DeSales. Okay. Now that's Batavia.
Right, I can see that on the uni.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the blue, we've got a consolation, I am assuming, on mat number 1.
Ross and Western Brown, I would say. Is that
Okay.
what we got there? Huh.
Back to mat number 2.
Okay. Oh,
Is that a Falcon? Yeah, Massey. That's Clinton Massey
Okay.
in the blue.
okay. And that's Mormon and Colb of Batavia.
Okay, there you go. So Batavia and
that's,
Massey,
see, that's still 126. Though.
SBAAC
Yep.
rivals.
Yep. So this is a 126-pound quarterfinal,
All right.
which is Nathan Colb and Grant Mormon of Massey. So we've got both have pretty good records. Mormon's 24-7, and Colb is 32-1. So now you would think those guys wrestled sometime during the regular season, being in the
Same league.
same league together.
You would think. So they probably know each other very well.
Right. It'd be interesting to know who Colb lost to as one loss. It would make it more interesting if it was to Mormon, So, but we don't know that at this point.
No, and I don't know if they have that. They might
If
have
anybody
that
can help us
information
out with that.
on the SBAAC website.
Right.
Go to that, see if you can find the stats and fire it off to 937-527-6674.
Right. Or if you happen to know
Who that lone
loss is for Nathan Colb. And they're just kind of being very cautious of each other, so that leads me to believe they have met before, and they're just not going to make a mistake, because this is one of those 1-0 kind of matches that could be, you make a mistake and you're not going to get those points back on it. So, Colb. That first match watching Colb, he was pretty pretty slick. He pinned his opponent from Urbana. And then Mormon had a 5-1 decision over Eli Turbovich of Jonathan Alder.
So we got a little break in that action. I think there's some blood or something going to have to clear up. And we're back to mat number 3.
Right.
The score 4-3. It's a close match.
Still trying to figure that one out.
But if it's one, would you
Here
say,
it is. We got it. This would be Caleb, Kennington, and, well, this says it would be either Licking Valley or Ross. I thought we had that match wrestled already.
Yeah, and I don't think it's Ross.
But this says Kenton Ridge right here.
Uh-huh.
And so, and it would either be Ross or Licking Valley would be what it says. And I don't remember. Well, Licking Valley had a bunch of different uniforms, though, so I suppose. So we're back to action here with Mormon and Colb. We're in the second period. So it was a quick medical time there. It was about 12 seconds. So
No score yet.
Yeah, it just started out the second period, and that's going to be a point. Okay.
You got someone being attended to on mat number 3 medically as well. So.
Yeah. So 1-0, Mormon and Colb. I apologize. The pronunciation on Colb's name is either Colb or Colby, but I'm not sure how they pronounce it. Yeah, this is one of those matches where they're just feeling each other out and seeing if they can calculate what mistake's going to be made. And, I mean, right now, Mormon has the advantage having inside position on his arms, but Colb he's a pretty tough customer, and he's not easily moved. So he's talking to him, so I think he's saying you guys need to start wrestling.
Well, when you get this far along.
Oh, nice shot by Colb. If he can get around the corner and post the leg, which, well, he's close, but, nothing yet. Oh, now if he can do a trip on him, and there you go. There's 2 points.
Got to reverse it.
For Colb. So Colb jumps up to a 3-0 lead, and it's going to make it extra tough for, Mormon's got to get a point out of here at least. And you don't want to go down 3 going into that third period. But, Colb's got to watch out. He could easily get called for stalling here and give up a point.
So we had a pin over in mat number 3.
That would be
Red, white, and blue.
I guess that must be Licking Valley because I don't see Kenton Ridge anywhere else.
Does it say Kenton Ridge on the front of his uni?
Yeah, that's what it said.
All
That's
right.
what I think it was.
All right. So by pin.
Yep. So we've got that's the end of the second period over here, and we've got Nathan Colb with a 3-0 lead going into the third period. They're going to go neutral starting the period, and I guess the logic there is if you can get the takedown, you'll cut into it more.
2 points.
Yeah.
We've got Columbus to Sales, and I don't know if that's Graham or who.
Yes, that would be.
Okay, on mat number 3.
And that would be Geisler. That's Nolan Geisler, Graham, 23-3, against Zach Lopez of Columbus de Sales, 20-2.
So
both pinned their opponents in the first
got
round.
some powerhouses here.
Yeah, some traditional wrestling powers there.
So we've got 2 good matches going on.
Right.
One 3-0, and the other just underway.
Right. The funny thing is, for many years, I always thought St. Paris Graham was a Catholic school. Wait a minute, that's the town's name is
St.
St.
Paris.
It's like St. Henry's, though.
Right, that's true.
You know, so.
Oh, they're not Catholic either?
No, they're not.
So we have a medical timeout on mat number 2.
We'll get back over to
Maybe a bloody nose.
Gessler and Lopez, 2-0. Nolan Gessler of Graham, and he just kind of just cross body rides him down to the mat, and not much time gone there. And they're getting ready to start wrestling here as soon as they can get.
Now that's the term, wrestling. When I went to Beaver Creek, it was wrestling.
Yeah, get the heat wave.
Yeah. Oh.
So some professional. Does that still go on, Rick? The professional wrestling, that local.
Well, they haven't been doing it
because
recently.
of the COVID.
Yeah, because of COVID. But
Yeah.
we've done some of that. The big time wrestling.
Yeah. So
we even had Santa Claus wrestling one time.
So Colb, he's going to milk this now. You got Mormon got himself a point for an escape, so it puts Mormon within a mistake of tying this thing up.
Right.
A good match over on mat 3 though, so we still got 0-0 between.
It's 2-0 now.
Or 2-0. I'm sorry, between Gessler and Lopez. 2-0 in favor of Gessler. So two good semifinal match or quarterfinal matches, not semis yet. But wow, calculated move there. 15 seconds to go over on in the Massey Batavia match there, and Mormon's just trying to throw him now. He's hoping to pick up some, a big move and put him on his back, but with 2 seconds to go, it's unlikely that anything's going to happen here. So, well, now did they award a point? Another point? Maybe there was a stalling. I don't know. Nope. And that will do it.
3-1.
So Nathan Colb of Batavia moves to 33-1 on the season and goes to the semifinals at 126 pounds. And then we've got on mat 3, we'll jump over there. We've got Nathan Gessler up over Zach Lopez 4-0. Gessler being from St. Paris Graham. And it looks like Gessler is about ready to pick up some more points. He's almost. Oh, they gave him 2 points. I didn't know if that was long enough.
6-0.
Yeah.
And we apologize. We're not slighting the consolations, but when you get some of these close matches like this, as far as moving on, we're trying to concentrate on those. Now, up now we've got, looks like, would this be Western Brown?
I think it would be. Let me take a look. We're in the 132s. Yeah. Batista of Western Brown and Rush. Well, this says Rush of Columbus DeSales, and I don't know if that can be or not.
If they've got 6 sets of.
Oh, yeah, it is Columbus DeSales.
Yeah, there's the cross.
So it is Aiden Rush of DeSales and Drake Batista of Western Brown.
So we actually have 2 DeSales wrestlers, one on mat number 2 and one on mat number 3.
And I've seen that happen with teams that qualify, like, Graham or something.
Right.
You get 10 qualifiers. It's potentially, you could even have 3 guys going at the same time if you got some in the losers bracket. So looks like Gessler is, he's having a hard time with Lopez. I mean, it's not been a blowout by any means, but which we've seen in a lot of the Graham matches. They've not even been close. But Lopez has given a good account of himself here. And then, of course, we've got Batista and Rush just starting out here on mat 2. So
yeah, mat 3, it's 6-0, and mat 2, like you say, just underway.
Yeah. This one, Lopez he's stout. He's an iron bar out there, and he just can't do much with him. and Gessler has just been kind of limited in what he can do. But, he's in the third period, and it just depends. You don't want to lose a guy in this round either by accident. So, they're just going to get in there. And now I think they're probably going to stalemate this in a second. I would think they would. I don't know if it's really a scoring position. At one point it was, but, Gessler did not lose control there. And Lopez could slip this. I mean, it's Gessler's not in the best of positions. And Lopez was trying to elevate his. Sometimes when you elevate from your knees, you can shake a wrestler off, and I think that was what Lopez thought, but Gessler recovered. So we'll see what happens there. But, we will. And back on mat 2, we got 0-0 going into the second period there. And we've got, and again, that is a Columbus DeSales wrestler is Aiden Rush, 9th grader at 18-4. And then you've got Drake Batista from Western Brown is 32-11. So now in this one, Lopez started out on top going into the second period. And looks like he's got a real effective ride in there, Rick. So, if he can put enough offense, and almost lost it, though, on the roll through. And so if Batista can get that leg off him, he'll have a chance. He might be able to turn and face him. And if he can turn and face him, which he's trying to do, although I don't recommend reaching back like that. That does nothing but get you in trouble as a wrestler. But, yeah, and, so it kind of looks like Rush is just kind of trying to milk this period out and then, go into the third period. He'll be on the bottom, and he gets the escape.
Trying to get the escape and the 2 points or the 1 point.
And now Batista did a nice job on the roll through. Now, Rush is in a heck of a way because if control's been given, which I don't know that they've done that yet. Now they did.
There you go.
And that's going to be a 5, potentially. It's either a 5 or 4 point move because they're going to get 2 for a reversal.
4 points.
Yep. And 2 for the near fall. And boy, Rush put himself in a real bad spot there. Now back over on mat 3, we're finishing up there. That's going to be Gessler. Nolan Gessler is going to go to 24-3 on the season, moving to the quarterfinals. And let's go back to mat 2. And we're back over here, and we've got Drake Batista trying to run an arm bar and, increase his lead. And for Rush, Aiden Rush cannot allow that to happen because if you're down 6 or 7-0 going in that last period, you've dug yourself a nice hole. So we will have a Wilmington wrestler coming up here pretty soon. Okay, on mat 3, I believe we've got Cray.
Looks like a Franklin.
It's Trey Muskowski of Licking Valley. And, yes, Franklin. And Tyler Woods of Franklin.
All right.
So that's mat 3. And then over here, we've got Drake Batista just starting the third period, leading 4-0 over Aiden Rush. And Rush just has escaped and has picked up a point, which will put him into, well, they haven't awarded the point yet, but he'll get his head out.
There you go.
And it's 4-1. So now, Rush is going to have to put on some offense here. And that very well could be the 2 of his points he needs. And it is. So Aiden Rush, and he was able to take him to his back, Rick. I think it could have been a 4-point move. Now, what happened? I think that guy I think we got the official might have dislocated his finger when he went down to the mat. I think his finger was out, or his wrist. Maybe it's his wrist. And wow.
He's sort of walking away.
Yeah, when he went down, he started shaking his hand right away. It looked like he maybe got his finger caught under him or something. Okay, so we're back. We're back over to mat 3.
And that is Franklin and
that's
Licking Valley.
Cray Muskowski and Tyler Woods. Tyler Woods is 26-0 on the season.
Wow.
From Franklin. Actually, he's 27-0 with his win earlier. And Muskowski is 31-5, so he's got a lot of mat time.
Dean's phone is going crazy. Mom, Gary, I'm going to have to get this back down to him so he can answer it.
Hi, gentlemen. I'm Brad Penix.
Brad, come on in.
Nice to meet
How you doing?
This is Bill Raybeck.
Nice to meet you.
Oh. And we'll
Got myself caught there.
we'll get you down and your headset on, and we'll turn up your volume.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. I had parent conferences tonight.
Oh, that's all right. We understand.
I'll move down just a little, Bill, so you can move up this way, since we've got the and all.
Okay, so we've got okay, so we got wrestlers hurt and officials hurt, and got everybody hurt.
Everybody
down
hurt.
there on that mat.
Brad's going to get his headset on, and we'll turn up his volume. Can you hear us, Brad?
Brian, yeah.
Brian?
Right.
So now you teach?
Yeah, I'm a teacher for Blanchester.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I was a wrestling coach for a long time.
Yeah. Pretty successful, as I remember.
Have you met Bill Raybeck before? He's a
not that I
legend.
remember.
He's a legend in his own mind. Eh?
I was the head football coach at East Clinton for a few years,
Okay.
and then have done a bunch of other things over there.
Yeah. I was a teacher and coach for a long time at Blanchester, and then I was the athletic director of the last 8 years.
Yeah, I remember you were the athletic director
Yeah.
down there, yeah.
Yeah. When schedule opened up, we decided to go back in the classroom. And
Good move. A lot less time.
yeah, a little bit.
You know, you get that.
Miss the kids, too.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of get separated that in administration unless it's usually in a negative fashion, and then
Yeah. Although there's a lot to be excited about too, because we had a couple good years of basketball.
Oh
with
yeah,
the Braden Sipple kid.
Sure. He was what a talent. Now, where did he end up deciding to go?
I think he's going to Cedarville.
Okay.
That's the last time I talked to Coach Weber. He's signed up there, and hopefully he'll have a few more good years up there.
Yeah.
Does anyone know why he chose Cedarville?
No, I'm not in the high school building. I'm in the middle school now, so.
Well, we have a couple attorneys that broadcast some sports for us, and of course they heard a lot about him, but they didn't understand why he chose Cedarville. Not that we're trying to demean Cedarville, but
well, I know Braden's a super quality kid, and I think he's real tight with his family.
Right.
His younger brother's a freshman for Blanchester now, so proximity probably played into a little bit.
Closer to home.
Size of school, I think he's more comfortable at a smaller setting. So.
Yeah, and that's a neat little college.
Yeah, and he'll get to play right away.
Well, and then you get scholarship,
I would think,
and they give scholarship money there to Division II. So
so he'll get some financial help, and I think he said he was real comfortable with the coaches up there. So
good.
So we've got a Wilmington
we've
wrestler
got
on mat number.
Thane McCoy is wrestling Kai Emerson of River Valley, and at this point, Thane is in control. First period. We've got on this mat over here, we've got Brian of Wyoming and Hart. That's not Graham.
No, that looks like. Is that still Franklin on mat number 3?
Murkowski, that's Murkowski and Wood still.
Yeah.
And Wood, of course, is undefeated. He is 27-0. And then McCoy was in full control of that. Yeah, it's 5-0.
And it's just 2-1 over here on mat number 3. So we've got a barn burner there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Is that good?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So on mat 2 and 3, we have the semifinals.
Right.
Yes.
And these are consolations on one, and like we've tried to tell our audience, it's not like we're not paying attention to mat 1, but at the same time.
Well, we don't have a real good angle on it either, so it's hard because when they get near the bleachers, we can't really give them
at least from our perspective up here. We've got a camera that can catch it, but at the same time, you guys don't have a monitor you can look at. So
see it.
Yeah.
And they're changing unis. So,
Yeah.
Wilmington's pretty consistent in their colors there.
Yeah. Wilmington's got the white W on the orange singlet.
Right. Some of them are easy.
Yeah. On mat 1, there's a Blanchester kid. He's in the blue and gray.
Now, when you were coaching wrestling, what was your? I know you guys had multiple uniforms. What was your philosophy for the kids to change the uniform? Was it to get a dry uniform on when they went to the next match, or how did that work?
Or to confuse the announcers up in the front.
No, it was a lot of it was a health thing.
Okay.
As you imagine, rolling around for 6 minutes, you get pretty saturated.
Sure.
And in a normal year, there's more time in between matches. So you don't want to be sitting around and something uncomfortable and then health-wise you try to prevent the ringworm and other conditions. So
sure.
And you feel better when you're dry.
When you're dry, right? Yeah.
Now, how many different varieties did you have?
We usually had about 4. We would wear pretty consistently.
Okay.
When I was coaching, my last year coaching was 2013.
Okay.
And we'd always have a special set for the finals.
Right.
They'd be white, and we never wore them besides
for championship matches.
And that was Bill was saying the same thing that there were some uniforms you got to the championship level and he said that even with cross country, I guess, maybe other sports.
Yeah, we did that
cross
country.
And then we would, when I was coaching again, we would have a special set for the guys that were in the consolation rounds. Just plain black with their logo on the thigh, because there's nothing but business. You know, when you're in that round, you got to win or you're done.
Or you're going home.
And that was our battle uniform to try to make it stay alive.
We've got Thane McCoy from Wilmington, wins by pin in the second period. He'll move on to the semifinals now.
Yeah, I helped Cindy running at Massey run the sectionals last weekend, and Thane McCoy had a real good tournament. He's looking pretty good.
Good run.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've now got Nick Hart from Graham and Jacob Bryan of Wyoming. Hart is 23-1, and Bryan is 24-3. So some good records there, but really hard to say with Graham's guys because they're probably in Oklahoma and everywhere else wrestling.
Yeah. On paper, based on records, that should be a real tight match.
I like the way you said should.
It should be.
You just don't know.
Wyoming's got some quality coaches with Coach Lyons there now. He's from the Moeller background out of Westchester, and he's got a lot of knowledge in his corner. But of course, Graham is Graham, and if Wyoming keeps it close into the third period, it'll be tight. But as normal, Graham will start rolling up the points in the second period, and things will be different.
Right.
So.
Yeah, we were watching some clinics in the earlier matches. Their kids were winning 27-10, and that were just all takedowns. Take them down, kick them out, take them down, kick them out. And
in between some of my conferences, I was checking Baum's page.
Yeah.
And they got some freshmen that are doing that. 27-10, 29-10. And
well, the one kid we didn't know, his name is Barrick Jordan, and of course right away we, associated that with Jim and Jeff Jordan and that, but actually he has no relation to them.
That can't be.
Yeah,
I know.
His,
Well, that's why I said it's impossible.
we got a text from somebody, and I guess his dad went to Monroe.
Oh, really?
Joe Jordan. So,
Okay.
and no relation, according to him.
Wow,
The guy that sent that to us.
Some of the points he's been scoring,
He looked like
I
a
would've thought
Jordan.
he was a Jordan, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Definitely had the characteristics.
So now-
Full Nelson there.
Who do we have on mat number 2 now?
Ross is on top,
And I think
133.
that's is that London?
Yeah, Kennedy from London's a senior, and then Breaker from Ross is also a senior. Breaker's 23-3, and Kennedy, 24-3 now, and Kennedy's 32-7. So
Right.
Again, the championship mats are getting to the point where they're all good.
Right.
Right.
So in theory, there should be a lot of close matches.
Yeah, no
and-
one's running away with anything.
Yeah,
in theory.
In theory. And what I found as a coach, one of the more difficult rounds to coach in is if they lose this round in the championship round, they drop down in the consolation round and they're wrestling
Yeah.
at the minimum 45 minutes.
Right.
So
They come right back.
mentally, it's tough to get ready to go right after you lose.
Right.
Because, of course, if they win this round, they're in the semis and they place.
Right,
If
right.
they lose,
Then
they
you-
can lose twice right like that, and
it's
the
over.
kids go home.
Yeah.
So.
And let me ask you a question about something, and you've been in this for a lot longer than I was. But down at State, my son several years ago got to he was in consolations, and he was in the semis to go to third and fourth, and he lost. And then he came back literally within 15 minutes and had to wrestle for fifth and sixth. Why is it that way at State when, we promote the safety issues all along, and then, bam, well, it's not that important here at State, which you would think would be more important.
Well,
you know why they do that, or just a time thing that
I
they're
think
trying?
it's a time thing, and, it should have been 45 minutes, and I know at the state level that turnaround seems like 5 minutes.
Yep.
So, I don't know that situation, but
Right. Well, it wasn't just his. They were just rolling him back right in there.
yeah. And when State's at the shot, there's so many mats.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all I
Yeah.
can say about State is because we did State, I don't know, it's been about 5 years ago, and the food was great. Best food in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is interesting.
Back over on mat 3, Graham just earned a reversal.
Right.
I think Wyoming started top to start the period, and
So we got a pretty good match going on there.
4-1,
4-1, yeah.
2-0 on.
4-2. Quickly, it's now 6-2
Yeah.
on the Graham mat.
And Kennedy, he was he had an interesting match the first time around. Kind of an unorthodox kind of guy, the way he rides and shoots and things like that. And effective, but he got him, a couple times got out of situations that could have been really disastrous for him.
Those guys usually are pretty comfortable in those spots.
Right.
It looks like they're out of control from up here sometimes, but that's sort of where they want to be.
Yeah.
The Ross kid, he's kind of similar. He hangs and he rides the legs a little bit, and next thing you know, he's turning you. So
Right, yeah.
the thing you got to look out for when you're on the bottom against those guys is you can't relax or you're on your back. And
Right.
at this meet, you don't want to give up back points because
Yeah, because coming back from that is just
Right.
so difficult.
coming
Yeah.
back from 3 points is really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to call those guys funk wrestlers, and that we had a kid that used to love to use the Petersons and that, and he would just wait. He was very patient, and he'd be on bottom, and all of a sudden the guy would find himself on the back and, giving up 3 points
Yeah.
like that.
Those guys from the coaching chair is no, yes. keep doing that. Keep
Exactly, yeah.
whatever-
Good job.
Good job.
Just the way we taught you to
absolutely, absolutely.
So we're back on mat number 3.
Yeah.
We got some medical attention on mat 2 right now.
And and we're going to go.
Actually, seems like we get into more medical attention at these higher levels. I don't know whether that. I don't know. Maybe they're more intense.
They're banging each other pretty good.
Yeah.
Over on mat 3, you got the playbook by Graham.
Yep.
Opening it up in the second period and
10-4.
Try to get there.
Starting the third period, he lets him go, and I would expect him to get another 2 takedowns maybe, and then work for the pin.
Right. Yeah, they want to get their money's worth there. They want to get their 6 minutes in, or almost all their 6 minutes.
Yeah, they want to get their workout, and with this year's schedule, having that day in between, that's going to put some of these kids in a bind, maintaining their weight for an extra day.
That's true. That's true.
So some of their work might be just getting work.
Then let me ask, do you think this could be a format that they would, when this is all over with the COVID, that they might consider doing, or do you just think this is purely COVID driven?
I hope not.
Yeah.
Splitting it up is terrible.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not a big fan of it.
Blanchester has 3 seniors and 2 are in the upper weights, and 1 is wrestling today.
Right.
So buddies that have grown up together, they can't even support each other.
They can't be there, yeah.
And that's hard. It's hard on the coaches of smaller schools with small staff.
Right.
The schools with multiple coaches isn't as effective as much.
Right.
But when you got two coaches on your staff, you got 3 mats, you got 3 guys wrestling at once.
Yeah,
and you still got kids at school back home trying to work out. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a stressful situation. Now, do you foresee? Obviously, hopefully, we'll get back to the point where everybody's going to be able to come in, and you're not going to have to do this unless you elect to do it.
So 18-9 on mat 3.
Yeah.
4-0 on mat.
So Brad was saying, they just open it up on them. And,
right. Follow the playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some of that might come from the wrestlers themselves. I know some of the lighter weights were putting up 20 points, so
yeah.
The next guy might want to do 20 points, the next guy, and so on. So.
Right. So 18-9, and Nick Hart moves to 24-1 on the season, and Jacob Bryan drops down into the losers bracket now. And let's see. So is this another Graham kid?
Yes, that's. I believe that's Nick Moore.
Yes.
138.
Yeah.
And he's probably the best wrestler in this tournament.
All right. Now, I looked at their rankings nationwide. I think he might have been ranked 6th in the country, and then the Jordan kid was ranked 6th in the country. Tried to find the team rankings. I could not find the team rankings anywhere.
Yeah, I think this year is probably harder than normal to do that because some of the super tournaments, the Walsh Ironman, they didn't wrestle.
Right. And then they have the Midwest City tournament in Oklahoma and that. Yeah.
The winner on mat 2 is Ross. So that's Breaker from Ross. He advances to the semis.
And Kennedy looked like his shoulder was a little dinged up when he came off. Okay, so we've got...
I think this is Indian Hill. Foad from Indian Hill.
And Cross from Carroll, it should be, yeah.
So that's on mat number 2?
Yeah, that's mat 2.
Okay, so we're on mat 2.
Yeah, whoever's on mat 3, they got a... Oh, that's Nick Moore.
Yeah. That'll be over here in a second.
Yeah.
So Nick Moore of St. Paris Graham moves on, and he is now 26-3 on the season. And this one might be over quickly on mat 2, looks like. And he's just tightening it up. Yeah, pull up that arm, get a little more chest to chest on him.
Yeah, if he takes his left arm and gets it underneath his head, he can get his
Yep.
head off the mat.
Scoop the head up. And
As the guy on the bottom, that's not a good place to be, right in the middle of the mat.
no. Yeah, there's nowhere to go on that one.
There's a lot of room to work your way out of bounds.
Yes.
So on mat 3, you have Harris from Trotwood Madison and Roback from Licking Valley.
We'll switch over to mat 3.
Harris is another kid that came out of the Clinton Massey sectional, and he's very smooth.
Okay.
So, Brent, was that a one-day event? Or two?
Yeah, we did it one day. We lightweights in the morning and heavyweights in the afternoon. 10 schools or actually 12 schools were represented, but a lot of holes in the bracket. So
Right.
Which is the way sectionals usually goes, you know. That's why the districts and the state are a lot nicer and run smoother because you don't have all the buys and things you got to figure in.
yeah, that was my big worry last Saturday, was watching the 45-minute break in between, because they came up real quick a lot, and we had to delay some matches till later, and it went pretty smooth, but I wouldn't want to do it that way again.
Right.
Well, hopefully this will be the last time that we have to put up with any of this as far as high school sports, any of the high school sports.
We hope.
We'll say that. We show a mat 2 also, or just mat 3 still?
We're on mat 2, right?
Okay.
No, here's mat 2.
Okay.
We were on mat 3.
There's Indian Hill, Foed from Indian Hill. He's
Yeah.
Getting
got the
ready
guy
to-
on the back on his back again. He's already up 7 to nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know who's on mat 1 in the consolation?
We can find out. Match 188. And that's going to be. Oops.
That is Foster,
And
Ross, and
Miller from Licking Valley.
All right.
No, excuse me.
is that
Highland.
Highland? But
Is that Marietta?
well, from where I'm up from, that would be Medina Highland, but it's
Okay,
not
that might be.
But I don't think they would be down here. So
Shouldn't be.
no.
Well,
But you never know
this
anymore.
district pulls from
Yeah.
all over.
Well,
the
that's
place.
true. It could be, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, on the next guy on Mount 1, he's from Greenville, which is
Right.
way north of Dayton. So
Right.
Right.
He's wrestling a New Richmond kid.
Well, that Graham sectional, it could possibly be. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't know.
Yeah.
Well, there are 35 teams supposedly filtering into this district. So that covers a few high schools.
Yep.
Yeah.
A few of them covered there. Okay. And Amir Harris there from Trotwood Madison. Looks,
And that would be on mat 3.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty decent,
Yeah. He's comfortable.
comfortable.
Yeah, 1 up 6 to nothing on mat 3 and 13 to nothing on mat
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, I think he just earned a tech fall on mat 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up next on mat 2 will be a consolation match.
So now mat 2 is going to consolation
It's
So they'll save the 145s and they'll put them here probably
on mat 3.
on mat 3.
So we'll have 1 and 2 as consolations, and mat 3 is.
Right.
All right, now we can talk about Bill when he's not here, Brian. Did you lose your wallet again, Bill? You're trying to give your money away. You keep throwing it at me. You know, I'm gonna. Brian and I are going out to B-dubs or something afterwards,
Yeah.
and
I'm in.
here I'll fix it.
Nice ankle pick on mat 2. Which one are we showing here? We're still showing mat 3.
Yeah, here I'll get us over to mat 2 here.
That looks pretty tight on mat number 2.
All right, we're on mat 2.
Sean Beltran from Ross. He's wrestling Buckeye Valley. Hit a very nice ankle pick right at the beginning of the period and worked that near cradle nice and tight and got the pin. Up next on mat 2 is it's going to be Gage Burnwanger from Blanchester.
Did he say someone from Western Brown? On mat 2?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Gage Burnwanger. That's Nick Musselman. No, that's right. They went back to the Consolation rounds on mat 2.
Right.
So that's Nick Musselman. He's 138. And he's wrestling a kid, it looks like from Baden, Hamilton Baden.
All right.
Yeah, his last name Tri Rudolph from Hamilton Baden.
So tomorrow we'll be back same time, same station. 3:30 is, I think, the beginning of the. We'll try to be on the air about 3:10. Today we had a lot of things we had to put together, so we made it at about 3:30.
I understand.
But we're using. Wilmington has a system that was similar to the two systems that we used, but we're upgrading our equipment. We're going to a new technology as far as our streaming, and so we've got a hybrid system going on here. We're using Wilmington's system that was like our old system, and we're also using part of our new system. But
so far, so good.
yeah, well, the nice thing about it, the new system will allow us to be able to sit back in our studio, and we won't even have to be there. Other than we can even have our announcers sitting, in a comfortable booth back in the studio. And we're just now getting
You'll
ready.
miss the crowd noise.
Well, that's true, but we're going to be we're moving into the. We were up in Fayette County. I've got a radio station up there, WZAA, but we're moving into the old News Journal building on Nelson.
Oh, okay.
And going to be turning that into our studio. We had 4,000 square feet, and now we've got like 9,000 square feet we can move into. So,
getting big time.
well, we've got to pay the heat and the electric.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Starting the second period on mat 2. Musselman is winning 2-0 after that first period double leg takedown. Tri Rudolph is on top to start the period. Those two mats look too similar. It's hard to tell what's on your monitor.
Yeah, we're on mat 2,
Okay.
and
On deck on mat 3.
I.
All right. Musselman got an escape. He's up 3-0. Looks like he's working on a near side cradle. This time of year, though, you want to get the points first. There you go. 2 point for the takedown. He's got a cradle locked up. This might be it. Tri Rudolph's fighting hard.
And that's it.
Yep, that's it.
Well, back over to mat 3.
He'll advance on mat 3. Nope, they don't have the match number on mat 3. That's going to trick me.
Right.
See if we can figure it out. It should be a 145-pound match, I would think. Yeah, Harris just wrestled, so
Did you bring us popcorn, Bill? You bring us popcorn?
Didn't go by that part.
that the mat 3 looks like Licking Valley, Devin Boyd from Licking Valley is wrestling Alec Martin from Graham. And Martin is 25-0. 26-0 after this first round today. And he's up 6-1 in the first period. Letting him go.
It looks like we've got on mat 2, Western Brown and, let's see, I'm trying to think that the Bulldogs.
I think that might be Milton Union.
Okay.
I think that's still Consolation
Yeah, we'll switch over to it real quick.
match. Yeah, Western Brown. That's match
It's
number
the
192.
92, yeah.
Looks like we've got on mat number 1. That's a green wave, I think. Yep, Greenville, and that just concluded.
Yeah, Western Brown and Devlin.
From Milton Union.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Devlin just looks like he got a takedown. Scores 2-2 on mat 2.
Yeah, back to mat 2. 10-2 on mat 3.
Yep. And no back points there.
Yeah, what we got down here, mat 1.
That's going to be Monroe and I'm going to guess Watterson maybe?
Like Bishop Watterson?
Yeah, haven't seen many of their kids here.
No. Well, I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
Pavel, P-A-V-E-L-L.
Pavel or Pavel?
Preval. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Monroe. That's Oakwood. Cunningham from Oakwood.
All right. Lumberjack.
Yeah.
See, I was right, Bill. Bill laughed. He says, I said, Oakwood Lumberjacks. Yeah.
The blue and yellow.
It's the only ones that don't have to change their mascot.
Put some.
The Wilmington Wood Chippers. How's that?
There you go. There you go. Well, hurricanes are pretty violent, so you might want to change that.
Well, Hurricanes, so without an S.
Yes.
And
Yeah, hurricane.
And that always drove me crazy.
Yeah. Why do you do that to stuff? They don't want to be confused with Miami or something like that.
Well, they're much better than Miami.
Right now they might be, but I know about for 20 years there they weren't.
So 12-2 on mat number 3. Graham in a slight lead there. In fact, they've just declared. Okay, he's going to be up.
So that one's over there.
Yep, he's the winner. And we're still on mat 2.
So was that the 145 or was that still 138?
That was 45. That was Martin from Graham.
Martin, okay.
And we've got Eaton coming up as one of the participants on mat 3.
Yeah.
So Eaton and
That'd be Burwanger from Blanchester. Gage Burwanger.
Uh-huh.
right, okay.
I'll do my best not to scream into the mic.
And he was a 10-4 winner in his first round match, and Hewitt was pinned his man in 1:02. So.
And still a close match on mat 2, 3-2.
Mm-hmm. 32 seconds left.
Yep. So we'll try to get back and forth there, but
He's going to dump him.
Yeah, that first takedown in these matches at district really important.
Yes. Yep.
That gives you some confidence and spots you those points where
Right.
after you get it, you feel like you're in control.
Right. And you put the guy and the other guy in a
defense.
he can't be defensive at all. He's just got to be all out.
well, like just about any sport, there's a certain psychology to
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you get the psychology going. Yeah.
And
Well, we saw some of the earlier matches where the guys would get ahead and they would try to cruise. We saw one kid, I think he picked up at least 2 penalty points because he was stalling, and he just kind of, hey, I'm ahead 7-0 and I'll give up the points, and really didn't do anything. Just kind of.
yeah, that's
I don't know.
not my philosophy.
No, well, I wouldn't think. I think he was saying, well, I might have to wrestle 4 times, but you don't know. I mean, nothing's a given when you get here.
Only twice today.
Right? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. And really, being on bottom of mat 3, Berwinger needs to score something.
Right. Get out, get your point. Yeah.
If not an escape,
and he's
got a reversal there.
There
That's great. That that first period doesn't exist now. If he can hold on here for the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But it's a lot like all the other sports. You want to score at the end of the quarter or at the end of the half.
Just to get that cycle.
About the momentum.
It's a lot of momentum, and it's math and
right.
Some strategy. Like I said, this period didn't exist now. Now they got 4 minutes to see who's best. And
right. Kind of looked like the Eaton kid got gassed towards the end of the first period too. So.
Well, it looked like he was kind of just holding on instead of
being aggressive,
and trying to turn.
So Western Brown, their wrestler moves on mat 2, it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
On deck on mat 2, Owen Factory, Jonathan Aller, Levi Morgan, Waynesville.
Eaton trying to work a front headlock, and now he's lost the front headlock.
Yeah. Trying to circle on him.
He's got an ankle hook.
Yeah.
Berwinger needs to stay square a little bit better there. You don't give up back points. This is, like we said earlier, giving up near fall is tough to come back.
Right. And Hewitt's a little bit, he's way over the top of him there. He's got to belly out and get him.
Yeah.
Now he's just got to get him back 1 point at a time.
I can't tell. Are they going to give near fall here? Or are they?
I think they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
2.
Okay, 2 near fall or 3? 3 near fall there.
Yeah,
That's
7 to 2.
tough.
Yeah.
Looks like he got poked in the eye or kicked in the eye.
I think when he was rolling through, his knee caught him in the face.
Yeah, nothing
No.
Just
he was scrambling to get out, and his face was in the wrong place.
So back to mat 2. And we've got the one wrestler from Carroll.
145 pounders.
190, Matt 193. That's King of Carroll and Nagel of New Richmond.
So a Lion and a Patriot.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to.
Nice back heel trip for a takedown from New Richmond.
Yeah.
So was this a on mat 3? Did we have a?
I don't know what happened there. They stopped it for it looked like an injury or blood, and
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they're resuming.
now the Blanchester coaches are talking it over with the officials. And
Are they saying
Well,
the kick or
the
he
Eaton kid.
intentionally? Yeah, must. Well,
Yeah, don't have any information on that.
I
He
don't know.
still has an eye problem.
That could be a lost contact or a.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you get kicked in the eye and you've got a contact on you.
well, he's not bleeding. I mean,
You can't continue.
right.
So I don't know whether it's the disqualification or.
Well, they stopped the match, so it had to be a disqualification.
Right.
They raised Eaton's hand.
You know, I saw that
which I don't understand how that works.
They must have called some sort of illegal move, which I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
But we're kind of a far distance away.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, yeah.
yeah. I've seen that happen in the state tournament. There was a kid a few years ago that actually advanced to the state finals because of something like that. And the following year, they met again at the state tournament, and same type of situation arose. And everybody at the arena started booing because they thought this kid was going to advance by default again.
So we got Jonathan Alder and who's the other team? The Ville.
Waynesville.
Waynesville.
That's okay.
That's, we were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, we didn't.
I thought it was Corella DeVille, you know.
Yeah. That's Matt 195. Yeah. Okay. Crabtree of. Or no, Morgan of Waynesville
And Jonathan Alder.
and Jonathan Alder. Yeah.
Well, if we can get some more information about the that last match, we'll try to get it to you as far as what actually transpired there and why the Eaton wrestler moved on.
Right.
I mean, it was obvious that he wasn't going to be wrestling anymore,
Right.
at least.
By the way it looked.
Yeah. And he's left the mat side now, so I don't see him.
Well, he's over. He's talking to some guys over there along the. He's sitting there. He's picking up his clothes.
That's too bad to
Yeah,
have a match end on
that kind of.
something odd.
Mm-hmm.
Now back to the coaching aspect of it. Hopefully the Blanchester coaches can get in their wrestlers' head and get them ready to come back, because
Right.
you can't redo this.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah.
And if you leave that in your head, you're not going to win the next match.
Yeah,
and
we
then-
go back to that psychological
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
Then
Yeah,
you're-
you get no more mulligans now.
Nope.
So now what we've got on mat 3.
It's is that Monroe?
That's pitch from Monroe. He's 31-3 or 32-3, and Chang from Granville.
Granville.
And right now it's a 4-0.
Chang was the kid that beat that kid from Aiken in the first round.
Right.
Again, Monroe coming out of the Clinton Massey sectional that I was at last week.
Uh-huh.
The Monroe and the boy Beltran from Ross, they met in the finals, and that was a very, very well wrestled match. I would not be surprised if they see each other again on Saturday at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, we got consolations going on mat 1. Looks like a Massey wrestler.
Yeah, is that Mormon?
Yeah, it's Massey and Western Brown. It's a Southern Buckeye Athletic and Academic Conference match. They've probably wrestled 3 or 4 times this year.
That's what we were saying. We were saying
Yeah.
a lot of these wrestlers know them
That's
each other
Rolf.
very well.
It's Rolf and Wright. Wright from Western Brown and Rolf from Massey.
And then once again, a pretty close match on mat 2. Still 2-0.
Now, Brad, I noticed Batavia had a 4 or 5 kids with pretty nice records here.
Batavia's got some very solid lightweight wrestlers there. Byerly and Colby and I forget the other young man's name, but from 106 to 126, they're
pretty good, huh?
Yeah, they're legit.
Yeah.
And I think only one of them's a senior. So we got Monroe, pitch from Monroe with a pin.
So he moves on. And you know what? In my bag.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. And that was the last of the winners bracket for tonight.
So everything else is consolation?
Everything goes to consolation now.
So they're disinfecting the mats again.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You can go? All right. We thank Bill Raybeck for being here tonight.
Yeah, no problem, Rick. We I wish I could come back for the rest of it, but I got some commitments there for the rest of the weekend. So,
Your church.
my church, yeah, we always have a big concert every year, and they do 4 different concerts. They'll have one tomorrow night, 2 on Saturday, and 1 Sunday morning. And so I had volunteered to be a usher there, so I'm committed for the rest of the week. But I'm glad I got to see some wrestling. It's been a while since I've been at a match, so appreciate it. Brad, thanks for coming in. And guys, enjoy the rest of the night.
All right, Bill.
Hey, I'll call you back. I got to grab my bag.
Don't forget your drink.
I'll call you about the more I find out about this.
All right. Brian and I can handle the, we'll handle the.
We should hear from Mount St. Joe tomorrow, so we should know what's going on.
All right.
Okay, guys. Have a good one.
Be
Drink.
safe.
Drink.
Thank you.
All right, you and I from here on out, Brian. Still got a pretty good crowd here. I think Troy Deal said that there were 2 people that each wrestler could invite.
Yeah.
And then there were going to be, I don't know, he said, I don't know, how many, 100, 200
I think there's 112
participants?
today, 112 tomorrow. Then on Saturday it gets cut in half. So I believe there'll be four tickets per wrestler on Saturday.
Uh-huh. So actually there'll probably be a few more people that can come in and watch on Saturday, even though there'll be fewer wrestlers.
Well, it should be the same because if there's twice as many kids here now. Each session, I guess there'll be more people here total on Saturday, but
Right.
the session will be the same because they're still limited to the 15%
Overall number.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure. I have seen this gym absolutely packed to the gills, where they were standing up on both sides. That was back a couple years back. There was a Wayne Wilmington game that we did back when we went to the Final Four, and that was just an incredible game. Wilmington won by 5 points, I think. But
On a normal district tournament, this place is pretty packed because they normally have 4 mats set up and twice as many kids here tonight because they're wrestling the full bracket. So.
right.
Getting some messages on my phone now wondering what happened to the 145-pounder from Blanchester.
Yeah, I wish we could find that information out, but
Most of the messages are as confused as we are.
well, that's true. I mean, yeah, and disappointed.
Yeah.
Because obviously we tend to favor the Clinton County schools,
Sure.
being
Sure.
our home base being here in Wilmington. And actually, very first broadcast we ever did was East Clinton.
Okay.
And that was back in the day when Matt Baker was still the principal at East Clinton.
Gotcha.
And he and Jeremy Yankee did basketball for us. I don't know if you know Jeremy. He's retired now in Florida. But, of course, Matt Baker, now the superintendent over at Clinton Massey, and did our football games this past football season. We did both. We actually did some East Clinton football games. We did Clinton Massey, and we did Wilmington. and we got to stream live for the first time on a Friday night because you can't do that normally. But you also normally can't live stream any kind of tournaments. It has to be live audio and tape delayed video. But all that has changed because of COVID. So there's been some good things, and I hope that in the future they'll, because we had, I don't know, 5, 6, 8,000 views on some of our football games doing them live like that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I think on
That-
mat 1,
The count, yeah,
that must be Aiken and Norwood. Norwood colors.
I can't read the. Are they the Indians? Or?
Norwood is Indians, but
All right,
that
so
might.
he's got an Indian head on the side of his uni, so.
We're gonna go 196. That is Aiken, and they're purple and gold. And Springfield Northwestern.
Oh, okay.
I think they might be one of their, at least one of their only guys wrestling tonight. They might have a few more kids tomorrow. Yeah, they got the same colors as Norwood. And
Right.
Same mascot, so I apologize for Springfield Northwestern
Well,
people.
there's only 35, 40 teams here, so well, in fact, there seems because Troy gave me a list of the teams that were going to be here, the ones that came out of Batavia and Graham and Massey, but it seems like there's actually more schools that didn't appear on his list that he gave me. That are participating, and I don't know whether it's because maybe they just had a single wrestler or maybe had 2 wrestlers.
Yeah, that could be. I can get to the participants. Yeah, you got your Grahams and your Blanchesters and Ross with double-digit people entered, and a lot of schools have 1, 2, 3. Now, I assume they're going to do one more round of Consolation.
Yeah,
tonight.
that'll finish it out. We should be done, I don't know, sometime around 9, I think.
That round will go quick because of that short first period and 3 mats, and there'll be a handful of quick pins by people that would rather their season be over than to keep going.
Right. I think there were some alternates that were wrestling tonight.
Really?
Because they had a couple of situations, I guess, with some COVID disqualifications or something.
Oh no!
And but we were fortunate. We did basketball for Wilmington girls and boys at home, and there were a few games that were canceled, but Wilmington didn't. They seemed like they dodged the bullet as far as having to cancel anything. It was all other teams that either canceled at their home or couldn't make it here. But it's funny how some schools, I know, it appeared to me that some schools seem to get hit harder. I know Massey had some problems there for a while, where they were really having some students that had to be out.
Yeah, it went through
Goshen,
Blanchester.
I think Goshen had another, because we had several games, I think, that they had to cancel or remake with Goshen.
Yeah, I know Blanchester's wrestling team was out for 2 weeks. I think both basketball girls and boys both had a time they were away. I give all the coaches a lot of credit for keeping things going and getting what they can out of them, because it's hard to be off for 2 weeks and come back and compete with any.
And it's tough, anyone that's ever played a sport or been in athletics of any kind, it is tough. you can't, just at the peak of your season, then having to turn around and, take a week or 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever off. That's very disruptive.
Yeah.
And for the kids in general, some weeks they're in school all week. Some weeks they're hybrid. It's just this has been probably more for young people, even though they can't really, or at least they're not as susceptible at getting COVID. It certainly has probably disrupted their school years in the last year and a half more than just about anyone.
Well, I teach mostly junior high classes, but I do have one high school class, and we were discussing what's been different this year, and they brought up that, basketball games, there's no student section.
Right.
None of these wrestlers have wrestled in front of their friends most of the season. There'll be kids qualify for the state tournament on Saturday in front of 2 people instead of 5, 10, all their buddies and aunts, uncles, grandparents. That part is sad, but they're here, they're wrestling.
Yeah, at least the good part is we are here, we're streaming this
Right.
so that
Right.
people at home, and in a lot of cases, particularly with wrestling, because it is such a niche, sport, from the standpoint of viewership and that, it doesn't get the attention that obviously football and basketball, more of the major sports get. So this is really an opportunity for a lot of people to get the exposure and to see wrestlers in action and understand the sport a little more. I grew up in a school that wrestling was the epitome of it. Was Beaver Creek, when I was in school, had won, 10 straight Dayton districts, 10 straight regions. We got out of school in order to be able to go up to state. Of course, that was a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I understand the thinking of people like from the Graham area.
Yeah.
Having such a successful run.
And even, schools that aren't Graham, the wrestling fans are rabid fans.
Yeah. If you like wrestling,
you like
you're
it,
very loyal. And
yeah,
you're right.
I don't know a casual wrestling fan, really. I mean, you either
You like it or-
full go,
I agree.
or you don't have an idea.
And our biggest viewerships have been from when we did Wilmington wrestling, when we did East Clinton wrestling. Like you say, there are no casual wrestling fans, and so that's why we got such large numbers from those types of events.
Yeah, because a lot of the wrestling fans are starved. They haven't had that opportunity this year, unless so a group like you guys to stream it for them. And
East Clinton has a wrestling event each year. Usually, I think it's they probably host I'm trying to think. One of the areas up near London, one of the schools there. Well, maybe it was the Golden Eagles, but they actually have it in school, and so they're wrestling in front of the whole school, which is a neat thing too, because those kids, they normally don't have that kind of a crowd when they wrestle, and here they got everyone in the entire school that's right there watching them wrestle.
yeah. The first year or two I was athletic director at Blanchester, we put together something like that preseason with Clinton Massey. They came down and we had an assembly where the student body came in, and the students pick up on it pretty quick.
Right.
When your team's on top, that's a good thing. When you're on the bottom, that's a bad thing. So they're screaming and hollering, and the wrestlers loved it. So anytime they can do an in-school duel like that is big for growing the sport, because it does get publicity and lets those kids that don't see it get a chance to see it.
So there's a little break that we're taking here. They're going to do this second round of consolations. And we still have no answer as to what happened with that Eaton Blanchester.
No.
Did you?
Let me
I don't know
check
if I don't know if there's anyone that could maybe that we know on the floor that could give us some information about it. And I doubt that Troy Deals probably knows anything about it either.
No. Yeah, on the bracket, it's marked down as a disqualification.
Well, what happened, as best as I could see, was that the Blanchester wrestler accidentally caught the Eaton wrestler in the eye with his foot. It wasn't, it didn't look like it was purposeful or that it was actually an attempt to do that.
No.
It was just a case where, it was a freak accident, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they, when that thing happens, how they categorize, who moves on and who doesn't. But the Eaton wrestler, it appeared, could not wrestle and finish that match. So
Yeah.
he was awarded the match.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like you say, psychologically, he's got to get back in the game
Right.
and put that behind him. And,
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, because he wins this next match, he gets to wrestle Saturday,
Right.
and your chances are still there to make it to the state tournament. But
And I wasn't kidding about the food at state. Well, when you're at the shot, at least for the press, we had, I don't know whether it's a cafeteria there but everything was decked out, and there just about anything and everything. And we get fed a lot when we go to a lot of these different events and things like that. But there at state, as far as wrestling, that by far has been the best eats that I've encountered in all the years as far as doing sports. I know it seems like we always ate well at Miami Trace, where there was basketball. They always had a sort of a coach's room that everybody would make something, bring it in. But you can put on a few pounds.
it looks like the 106-pounders are reporting to their mats.
So now they're going to run 3 mats, all consolation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Yeah,
like
and
you say,
there's
it'll go pretty fast.
Yeah, there's 4 matches per weight class in this round, so
what we'll try to do to the best of our ability is identify the wrestlers, the teams that are wrestling, and try to switch around the mats. We will pay probably particular attention to close matches. If someone's running away with one, we'll try to give you the winners of each of those matches, because this is, you make it or break it, right?
Yep.
You're going to go home if you won't be back.
yep, this is your season. If you win, you survive till Saturday, and if not, unfortunately, your season's over. So.
Right. So on mat number 1, we're already underway.
Yeah, that's a Norwood kid. Kelch from Norwood versus Pierce from, let me find it here, Jonathan Alder.
It's already 2-0.
Yeah,
And
he's got him turned. Oh, he's got that leg in now. I'm at 1. He should probably get some back points out of that. It's a little out of our view. On mat 2,
yep, got mat 2.
226, we have a that's Grandview kid, Costa from Grandview versus Batavia. Batavia's on top.
It's now 4-2.
4-2, yeah, and it's going to get some back points. I think we discussed a little bit earlier that Batavia's got some really solid lightweight kids, and this is a 106-pounder. He's a junior, which is A little unusual to have a upperclassman at this weight, but
And so on mat number 3, we've got, looks like a Ross. Is it?
yes, that's Ross. That's Coach Dunn in the corner, and Evans from Fenwick.
All right, Middletown Fenwick.
Yeah. And these two came out of the same sectional bracket or sectional tournament, so.
Is that Batavia?
No, they were at Clinton Massey.
Were they Massey?
Yep.
Okay.
So they might have seen each other last week. I don't recall. We got a pin. Jonathan Alder gets the pin on mat 1.
All right.
So he'll wrestle again on Saturday, continuing his season.
Back to mat 2. We're up 7-0 or 7-2.
2, yeah. Batavia's down and just got the reversal. Put the kid on his back. That's a 5-point move, maybe a 5-point. There you go, 5-point move there.
9-2.
He's got that pretty comfortable.
Yep. So we'll go back to mat 3.
1-0 on mat 3. Ross is up. And getting ready to start on mat 1 is Smith from Blanchester and Woods from Franklin. Batavia just gets the pin on mat 2.
Yep. So mat 2, we
Niehaus from Batavia moves on.
back to mat 1.
You're going to get busy.
This will be busy, right?
Mat 1, Woods from Franklin with a quick takedown over Smith from Blanchester. Smith moving pretty good on the bottom, got an escape. That's what you want to see in these first round or consolation matches. You got 1 minute first period, so if you do give up a takedown, you want to keep going and score right away. So you don't want to be down 2-0.
You can't get behind. Yeah.
It's very tough 2-0 in consolations. The point is you got to keep moving.
Looks like we have another. Is that a Ross wrestler on mat 2?
Yes.
And Lemon Monroe. Is that Lemon Monroe there?
Yes. So that's match number 229. That's Green from Monroe and Miller from Ross.
All right. They just got underway. Looks like on mat 3, we've got pretty much a cruise there right now,
Yeah.
7-0.
Yeah, mat 3.
And
Ross Greco from Ross. He's well in control of that match. I'd expect that score to
hold up.
hold up. Yeah. Mat 1, Smith from Blanchester. He's still down 4-1, but just starting the second period. Got a lot of time left here. He's working on a reversal if he can continue to get that leg up and over his head. Uh-oh, now he needs to stop the cradle. Can't let the guy lock his hands. Like we've said a couple times now, if you give up back points, it makes your life very difficult. And I think Woods from Franklin just got the pin there. Hunter Smith got caught in the cradle.
And that's what happened.
Cradles are dangerous, man. They get caught in one. It's a hard road to fight out of it without getting pinned.
So we have our female wrestler on mat 1. We saw.
Yeah, she's from London, isn't she?
We saw her earlier.
Recognize Coach Burns over there in the corner. 231. Yeah, see, we're already into the 13 pounders. That's Jones from London. She got a pin in her first consolation round. So move on to this match. And I believe that's Bellbrook, Ebel from Bellbrook. Wrestling on mat 1. Ebel's in on a nice deep single leg. gets a 2-point takedown. And I believe he's got a leg in already. So he'll be working for back points there.
Looks like we had a pin on number 3.
Yeah, we did. The Ross kid earned a pin over Fenwick, so he'll move on. Looks like we got some blood time maybe on mat 2.
Right. So back to mat 1.
Mat 1. That first minute goes pretty quick. That's
right.
They're already into the second period here on mat 1. Ebel's got a 2-point lead. He'll choose down.
Actually, a close match on mat number 2. It's just 1-0.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so somebody must have got an escape here in the second period because it looks like Monroe just earned a takedown. So he's got a 3-0 lead with a minute left in the second period.
And we've got
Ebel from Bellbrook on mat 1. He just got warned for stalling. He needs to keep moving. And right after he got called for stalling, he keeps moving and gets a reversal. So he's up 4-2.
And then on mat 3,
mat 3 needs to start putting their bout numbers up so we can figure out
we're not
who it is.
I can't even tell from the unis what.
Well, that's Franklin, I believe, with the paw print on the back. So let's see who Franklin might be wrestling. Anderson from Franklin versus Kimball from Licking Valley. And I believe that's Licking Valley, so that's still a 113-pound match. Anderson's one of those kids that just lost in the quarterfinals last round, so
got to come back.
He's got to mentally be ready. And this is where, like we said, the psychology gets to be big because oftentimes a traditionally better wrestler can get caught or not perform very well and lose a match that they really should have won.
So back to mat 1, and it's 4-1.
Nope, he just got another 2-point
Six
takedown.
to 1, right?
Yeah.
So we'll hop over to mat 2. We're up 3-0.
Well, Licking Valley on mat 3, he's got a cradle locked up, but he did not set it up very well and tried to roll through and ends up getting reversed. Them cradles are dangerous. They can be very helpful, or they can
sink you.
It's easy to mess one up if you don't get it just right. Licking Valley with the escape.
Just a reminder, all this wrestling is being brought to you by Sam's Meats right here in Wilmington, Ohio.
We got a Peterson on mat 2. Ross was down 5-1. He got the 2-point reversal for the
5-3.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Looks like he's probably going to get 3 back points there. This might put him up. Not sure if he got 3 points or 2 points for the near fall. Yep, he got the 3 points. Yep.
6-5.
Yeah, that's a 5-point reversal. The back points. Now he's in control. 6-5 with 48 seconds left. So he was down the entire match, and one move puts him up. Oh, he got his head caught there. Now he's gonna work on pulling his arm out because gave up the reversal.
So 7-6.
7-6 plus whatever back points he's gonna get here.
10 seconds.
I think that should put Monroe in the winner. This is not the round to get a little sloppy.
No. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Monroe comes back. He was in control most of that match, so.
And we're back to mat 3. It's 3-2.
3-2. That's a close one there.
And we just finished up on mat 1.
Yeah, Eagle from Bellbrook
Moves on.
moves on. Yep.
The Eagle fly. Bellbrook's had some pretty competitive wrestling teams over the years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's on mat 3. We got a 3-2 match. Licking Valley is on top 3-2. 28 seconds left.
Yeah, that's been a good match.
It's been a tight match. He probably needs to change things up on top here a little bit. These refs will start to get a little anxious and start calling stalling if they don't see a whole lot of improvement. That's another thing, you don't want to put any of these points in the ref's hands.
No. And that was it. So he did hang on.
Yeah, he did. On mat number 2 or 3 now is Jacob Ham from Blanchester, and I think that's an Oakwood kid.
It's Oakwood, yeah.
Okay.
As Bill told me, the O is for Oakwood.
Well, now
but he
if
didn't know about a lumberjack.
If it's a little different color, it could be Olin Hangy in one of their 17 schools they have.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, Jacob Ham, he got a pin in the first round of Consolations, and Finney from Oakwood, he lost by just 2 points in the quarterfinal round. So Finney was a sectional champ at Clinton Massey, and I believe Jacob Ham, Jacob took third at Batavia. Feeling each other out. They're tied up. Oakwood looks like he's trying to do a little upper body. Blanchester fights it off. They go out of bounds. Missed shot attempt by Blanchester. Looks like he might have jammed his finger on that shot.
Trying to shake it off.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're expecting a body part to be there and it's not there, and your hand hits the mat, things bend backwards. And
yeah, we had a ref earlier. It looked like he dislocated his finger. The gentleman over there earlier tonight. I don't know whether a wrestler fell over on his finger or what. So he
shakes it off. They're back on the starting marks. Just a couple 3-2 seconds in the first period.
Now on mat 1, trying to think.
I think it's blue and red and blue and red. I think one of them is Norwood, and the other one might be Licking Valley. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's probably it. At least one of them, I think, is Licking Valley.
So 233. Yeah, that's Perkins from Licking Valley and Wall from Norwood. They're tied up.
And back to mat 3.
Back to mat 3.
Still nothing.
Still nothing. Yeah, Blanchester took down, and was close to getting a reversal a few moments ago, and now I think he's got it.
So he gets 2.
He gets his 2-point reversal. Looks like he's interested in running the legs, which isn't a bad idea if you're comfortable with them. Running the legs is kind of like running a cradle. It can be very beneficial and get you some back points, and it can also backfire against you if you get out of position.
Yeah, there's a lot of moves like that in wrestling.
Yeah, there's a lot of high risk, high reward type things.
Right, exactly. That's it.
Like I said earlier, this is not the time to get sloppy and let your technique falter.
2-1.
Yeah. 50 seconds.
So we got a Massey and Ross match coming up on mat number 2, it looks like. Oh, no. That looks like Western Brown and Ross.
Yeah. Oakwood earns an escape on mat 3.
So it's 2-2.
Yeah. 2-2, 30 seconds left. This is about as close as it gets.
Got to go down to that last period there.
Yeah. Now, strategically, Blanchester would really want to score here because Oakwood's going to have the choice in the third period.
They'll probably take down and
try
try to escape.
Down, and that's not a great position to be in.
Right.
You don't want to give up points here with 8 seconds left. All right, he's put himself in a little bit of a hole. Now it's 4-2.
And Oakwood chooses down, just like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really in the driver's seat right now. He's down and up by 2 points, so getting an escape puts him up by 3. If Blanchester can't get the back points here, I would expect their coaches maybe to have Jacob let him go and try to go takedowns and maybe get him to his back off his feet. Sometimes that's, at this level, that's a little bit easier to put somebody on their back from their feet than to try to turn them. Some of these guys would just assume have their arm ripped off before they give up back points, which I guess that's why they're wrestlers. And he's been close to getting back points with these legs in. He's working a power half. If he can get some more leverage on that Oakwood's left shoulder, he might be able to get him turned, but now he's getting a little too high. This is not where you want to be. Time's starting to get a factor here.
Yeah,
50 seconds.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, 50 seconds. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision. He's almost got him. I see that shoulder. That guy's shoulder is really flexible there. He might be getting it right here, though.
There.
Here we got count. We got,
right.
There we go. There we go. If he can get 5 count. Oh, he only got 2. He needs to hold it. All right, so we're tied. I think we're tied. He's going to give him 2 back points. Well, that's got to be a 5 count, right? I mean, come on.
What do you think? 14 seconds.
I'm trying not to be too biased, but
That's all right. We are used to that when we do anything for Clinton County schools. We don't pretend.
all right. That's a good
3.
That's a good win for Jacob Ham there to move on to get a chance to wrestle on Saturday and keep his season alive.
Looks like we got blood time on on 2.
Matt 2, yeah.
And Matt 1, we
It's still the same. Norwood and Licking Valley, they're
8-3.
8-3. I think Licking Valley is going to win here. He's only got 9 seconds left, so barring something drastic.
Blanchester coach happy.
Yeah,
That was a tough one. He
That
pulled
was-
it right out in the
that
last
was-
few seconds.
that was not a gimme. That was
Looks like we've got
Earned.
Columbus DeSales coming up next on mat 3 against Highland. Is that Highland?
yeah.
Okay.
So both of them two drove quite a ways to wrestle each other.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, action's back on mat number 2.
And that is Ross and Western Brown.
Yeah, Western Brown's got a 7-1 lead.
Yeah, pretty
Nope,
much.
make that 7-3. Just gave up a takedown.
Mr. Deals looks tired.
It's only day one.
I know it's a tough. It's not an easy job being an athletic director.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You have to be in like 10 different places all at the same time.
Yeah, and then you're thinking about 20 other things while you're at the 10 different places. But
Yeah, and this has been a particularly trying year. I mean,
yeah.
the last year and a half having to reschedule and having,
yeah.
it's bad enough like in winter, with basketball and that, trying to
Yeah.
reschedule some of the games that get canceled.
Yeah.
But it's even worse with this.
Yeah, well, Blanchester's new AD, Brad Ballinger, he was tested this year. I mean, being a first-year athletic director with all this is I can't imagine what he went through.
And Benny Carroll was pulling his hair out
Yeah,
too
yeah.
over at Clint Massey.
Yeah, no, and Benny had a pretty good person to rely on for information. Cindy.
Cindy,
She's still there, and,
Yeah.
and I did try to help Brad out when I could in the fall with, some ideas and so on. But the rescheduling piece, I know he was rescheduling basketball games up until last week. They just believe we just finished our last basketball game on Tuesday of this week. So, and now spring season comes, and you got the COVID and the weather. It'll be a busy spring.
So we've got 2-0, and is that the sales ahead?
Yep. Western Brown was making a little run on mat 2, but Ross, I think, got a reversal and put him on his back, and he's well in control now.
That's it.
Yeah.
So by pin.
Yeah.
On deck on mat 2, Brandon Dean from Eaton, Gage Anderson, River Valley.
So we're tied up 2-2 on mat 3. Mat 1, they're just getting underway. No, they're in
That's
the
the
third.
It's
they're in
the second period, yeah. And it's tied as well. It's Norwood and Franklin, I believe. And we got another Ross wrestler on mat number 2.
Yeah, they brought quite a few.
Yeah.
And Massey.
Massey, yep. Both of those programs, and Ross and Massey, you're going to see good wrestling. I mean, you're not going to see much sloppy stuff. And I know Coach Dunn from Ross, he's been there forever. I think he was coaching when I was in high school, and I think he just earned his 300th dual meet victory this season. So in the wrestling world, that's a lot
That's
of
a
meets.
lot of meets.
That's a lot of dual meets. But they're always basic, good, solid wrestlers. Same with Massey. both of them are usually hard to beat because they're solid. Well, Clinton Massey got a takedown. 10 seconds left. Oh, and he got some near fall points.
4-0.
Yeah, that's a huge first period in the consolation round. It looks like DeSales is starting to extend his lead pretty good.
Yeah, they're up to 8-2, and on mat 1, we're at 4-1 now.
Yeah. That's up 240. So that's Stevens from Franklin and Cox from Norwood. Norwood picks up the win there. He advances. Coming up on mat 1 is, well, I think that's Brian from Wyoming. It's 241.
Licking Valley, I think, was the other team.
No, on mat 1 we got Wyoming and Oakwood.
Wyoming and Oakwood.
Yeah, Baumgartner from Oakwood, Brian from Wyoming.
Looks like DeSales is in complete control on mat 3.
Oh yeah, he's Clinton Massey on mat 2. He just got a pin, so his season continued. Well, that's a singlet I haven't seen yet. That light blue on mat 2.
That was River, something River.
Let's see what number they're going to put up there. He's wrestling. It's either Greenview or Grandville, not Greenview. 242. That's Eaton and what's CRV? Something River Valley.
Yeah, River Valley. That's the blue.
River Valley, all right. Yeah, and he won his first round match and then lost to Wilmington in the quarterfinals.
Right.
And mat 3, if DeSales stays off his back, he's going to win that
Right,
one.
14-4. Just a minute left in that.
Yeah, and he's still scoring points. I like to see that. You know, I think one of you two mentioned earlier that somebody almost stalled away points earlier.
Right.
And, you know, you're out there to wrestle. You get a lead, you keep scoring points. You know, like other sports, if you're tentative, bad things happen.
Exactly. They
You
come
get
back.
caught, they
Yeah.
come back. You might end up on your back before you know it. And, you know, just keep doing what you do.
20-5.
Yeah.
So that was the 15 he needed.
Yeah. That's why I always used to tell the guys I coach, you know, pins are boring. I mean, they're exciting, of course, in a dual meet because they score more points. But when you tech fall somebody, that just means that you're that much better than they are. You know, there's no, he caught me in a move and pinned me.
Right.
You were beat soundly.
So Jonathan Alder and trying to look at the other school. I don't recognize
That's
that.
a new one, too.
Yeah. Nice looking singlet. But
239. On mat 3, that's going to be Jonathan Alder and Kenton Ridge.
okay, there you go.
Kenton Ridge.
The Cougars.
Yeah, all right. I guess that's Cougarish on the back.
Yeah, it looks like it.
On mat 2, it's tied up.
Tied up
2-2.
2-2. Been a close match there so far.
Well, all three of them are pretty close right now. It's 0-0 on mat 1.
Right, 2-0 on mat 3 and 2-2 on mat 2.
Somebody's going to get a point on mat 1. Somebody's locking their hands down there. The referee signaling that. Oh, and a reversal. So he'll get 2 points for the reversal and 1 point for the locking hands.
We're on mat 1.
Okay. Keep looking
Saw
over there.
Saw you looking over
I
there.
know, but all the mats look the same. I guess that one doesn't have that centerpiece, does it?
No, it doesn't. They put the numbers there with the tape or whatever, but you can't see them on our monitors. So even so, you can't tell. The only way you really tell, Dean is a lot closer to the action down there. So when you're on mat 3,
It's closer.
which is this one here, you're going to see the
Gotcha.
closer
With the lower.
edge, right?
Gotcha.
We may even change that up a little because we get a lot of traffic over there. So we may put him in a different position tomorrow
Gotcha.
so that we. 4-2, 4-2, and 3-0.
3-0, yep. Kenton Ridge is about ready to score a point here. Got the reversal. He's got a leg hooked and the Turk. Oh, he had a Turk, but that got away. He's riding pretty tough.
6-2.
Well,
So now I was talking about typically for a duel, you have one ref, right?
it depends. It depends. Sometimes you have two. If you anticipate a bunch of close matches, it's better to have two. Just
So at this level, you have 2, and then the state, do they have 3?
no,
No?
no. Two is the most they have.
Okay.
They'll have 2 at every match at state, and they're already having 2 at every match here, so it'll be
Right.
2 from here on out. That gives you another set of eyes, and they're supposed to see things the other one doesn't see.
Right, that's what they say.
They don't necessarily overturn each other very often, but
So right now, we're at 8-3 on mat 3, 6-2 on mat 2, and 3-0.
yeah, Wyoming's 3-0 on mat 1, but he's got the guy on his back, so
Might get a pin here
yeah,
quickly.
he'll either get a pin or
He'll get
get the 3 back
near
points.
pin or something.
He's 1 minute left in the third period, so he's
Pretty much on the way.
comfortable right now.
Yep, 6-0 with.
Tell you what, the action on mat 3, they're rolling around pretty good.
8-4. Ten to 4 now. So we have basically 33 seconds remaining on mat 2 and mat 1.
Yeah, and they're
So the wrestler from was it River?
River Valley.
He's up 6-2, and that's it. So he moves on.
He moves on.
And down here,
Thane
6-0 was the final, and
Wyoming.
Wyoming moves on.
Yeah.
And then on mat 3, we got a 12-5. So
And he's on top. He's in control.
in control.
Yeah.
41 seconds remaining on that bat.
On mat 2, it looks like we got Licking Valley versus New Richmond.
And on mat number 1,
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not New Richmond. Oh, we got somebody got their hand raised there. 245. Oh. All right, Roback from Licking Valley just got his hand raised, which means the kid from Bethel Tate, Whittington, must have defaulted or had some sort of emergency where he couldn't wrestle. That's a shame. 245. Nope. Got to change that match number now. That is Licking Valley and New Richmond. Wait, maybe not. I'm all confused. I apologize.
well, it wouldn't be the first time tonight that we've been, Bill and I, we had our share of.
All right, so that is Whittington. He's from Bethel Tate. He's on the mat 2. He's wrestling Licking Valley. So the person who got the forfeit the last round, I apologize, but I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Mizakowski?
Muzikowski or Muzikowski. It looks.
Either him or...
Well, we apologize to his parents.
Pillar. Yeah, I do apologize.
Nothing's phonetically spelled for us, so we have to go with it.
Yeah. And I'm reading off my phone, and that's too small.
So is that Jonathan Alder and on mat 3 and Western Brown? Is that what that is?
No. That's going to be Oakwood, I think.
Okay, so Oakwood down and
down 2-0 as well.
so we get 243, 245, and 246.
Hey, they got the numbers up. Yeah, Cunningham from Oakwood. He's wrestling Byerly from Jonathan Alder on mat 3.
Okay, got that right. And then on mat 2,
That is Whittington from Bethel Tate. And he's wrestling Roback from Licking Valley. And Licking Valley is currently up 4-0. Working on getting a reversal. Bethel Tate's out of position with those legs. Like I said, they're hard to do them right. He needs to bail. Yeah, he's going to give up the reversal instead of getting put on his back, which is a smart move. On mat number 1, it's up to 6-2 now. Licking Valley has increased his lead, scoring right there before the end of the second period.
6-2.
Yeah. And it's his choice, and he's choosing down, so he's in a very comfortable spot. If you're up by 3 points or more and you get to choose down,
It's pretty much cinched,
it's
especially if you're already in the third.
yeah, it's a very good position to be in, because even if they let you go to try to do takedowns, now you're up by 4. And it's hard to get taken down 3 times in 2 minutes if you're sort of competent. Which at this point in the tournament, these guys are all one match away from wrestling on Saturday with a chance to go to state. So
We got blood time on mat 3. Looks like they're attending the Jonathan Alder wrestler.
yeah.
Six to nothing on mat 2.
Well, Valley View on mat 1, he was down, and he made an attempt to go for the big move and throw to try to get a pin or lots of points, and I think his opponent from Licking Valley felt it coming, and he got the throw and the points. So now we're going to have 12-2.
42 seconds.
Yeah, 42 seconds left.
Eight to nothing with 31 seconds on mat 2.
Now, are you guys going to broadcast any of the state tournaments at different places, or?
I'm not sure. Of course, obviously the reason that we're broadcasting tonight and these next 2 days after, Troy Deals, the athletic director here, wanted to make sure that he had us lined up for this tournament. So with us, depending on who streams where, you don't get into, you don't always get into all the venues.
Gotcha.
But and the good thing about Wilmington this year, and Massey did the same thing. We get sponsors, so we don't have to charge people watching.
Right.
So they watch for free. They don't have to worry about the paywall or having to.
Yeah.
So and that's the preferred way. We prefer to have the sponsor not have to worry about putting a paywall up. And I think that under the circumstances, I know that Troy felt that it was sort of an insult to try to make people pay money to watch football or basketball, or since they can't come to the games. And I understand other streaming companies, they have to they got to support it some way. And like I had talked about earlier, there's a lot of people that have jumped into streaming. And then you've got the huddle cams, which they work and they don't work. The huddle cams I've watched, they're pretty good for basketball and volleyball, but unfortunately, depending on if that's just the camera, you're not picking up any score. You don't have any idea, if you're watching a basketball game, who's ahead, who's behind. So that's not good. But it's better than not at least, having any kind of broadcast at all.
Yeah.
But for us, we've been doing this almost 10 years now, and we've never charged anyone to watch any of the things that we do. It was all sponsored whenever especially going into tournaments, things like that.
We got a new match on mat number 2. It's Blanchester, Musselman from Blanchester, and his opponent's from Carroll.
Yeah.
Carroll's had that same similar design singlet for many years.
Yeah.
Red, white, and blue.
Yeah. The Carroll Patriots.
Musselman got a takedown off a fireman carry attempt.
He's up 2-0.
Yeah. And his opponent is Cross from Carroll.
Well, right now we've got some pretty close matches. Match on mat 3, we've got a 2-0 match, and on mat 1, we have a 3-2 match. So we'll try to keep up on. Now the one wrestler on mat 1 looks like he's from London.
Yeah, and the other one's from Western Brown. Those brown singlets with the yellow pinstripes.
Right. And that's the 3-2 match. And I can't tell because I don't see their leg band, but is London up or is Western Brown up?
I'm going to assume London because Red's up 3-2.
All right. And then we got some action going back on mat 2. We want to switch back to that.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, come on. There we go. There's
Tied up.
Quite a scramble there for Some points. So, and they did give him the takedown.
Yeah, 2-2.
2-2. Looks like we're going to be close to getting a reversal. Blanchester's got a near side cradle locked up. If he needs to hook that ankle.
There you go.
Score the reversal first. There we go. Always, especially this tournament. You
Right.
get the points first, then you go for the pin, then you go for the back points. Because nothing's
Spoken like
given.
a coach.
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah, I've seen too many matches lost by not doing that. We got. I tell you what, these guys on mat 2, they're
Going at it.
going at it, which I like to see.
So 4-2.
Yeah, that was a whole lot of action for no change in points. Manchester's working an arm bar on top. Always got that far wrist now. This is a chance to get some back points, but cross from Carroll does a good job defending it. Got 10 seconds left. We got some spectators standing by the rail on mat 1 now. It's harder to see. I think somebody from Jonathan Alder and Licking Valley is wrestling on
Right.
mat 1.
So Bland is down. He's up 4-2.
We'll start a third period. Not a bad place to be. Oh, we got locking hands, so he gets a free 1 point here. He's going back to that near cradle. Oh, changing it off. Oh, going back. He's going to get that near cradle locked up, isn't he? He's tried that several times. Uh-oh. Well, he just got rolled through. Relax just a little bit when you shouldn't. And
All right.
bad things happen. I don't know how they gave that guy a reversal, but that's what they called. I'm not sure the score on the board.
The score, I think that it's supposed to be 7-4.
At least,
Yeah.
if not 7-5. I don't know if they give Carroll any back points, but I think they give Blanchester the last couple points that should have been the Carroll kids.
Surprised the coach hasn't caught that.
Yeah.
4-9 is what
4
they
to
got
9.
now.
Oh man, now and you just stop moving. Well,
Carroll
those
moves on.
those guys were battling.
That was a good match.
That was a good match.
Going to over to 3. It's 4-0. 55 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and that's one of the might be the only Graham kid in the consolation rounds right now. I think that's Graham.
Looks like they're getting.
Yeah, that's Chang from Graham. He's wrestling New Richmond. Nagili from New Richmond. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Graham. That's Granville. I keep seeing that abbreviation, GRA.
And you think it's Graham?
Yeah. I apologize, Mr. Chang. You're from Granville. You're currently up 4-0. 10 seconds left.
So he's going to move on.
Yeah.
That's lightning strikes here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we've got anything else on mat 2, so they've concluded.
Yeah, it looks like their officials are putting their coats on. Which much means there's only a couple more matches left. Mat 3 coming up is a Licking Valley. No. I jumped too soon.
So on mat 1, it's 1-0.
Yeah. Oh, 3-0 now. They takedown by Licking Valley. Just 10 seconds left in the period.
And they're just underway on mat 3. And that looks like, let's see, that was the Indian head again, so that's...
Too fast. Oh, Springfield Northeastern.
Okay, there we go.
And wrestling Buckeye Valley.
Now that's new.
Yeah. These two young men are representing their schools. Oh, a big move tried there. And, oh, they gave him the takedown. He's going to get back points. Good job by Buckeye Valley fighting. He needs to hold on for 2 more seconds.
Three to nothing on mat number 1.
Got a pin there. I
think. We get some excited fans right down there.
Yeah. Jonathan Alder kid was losing, and I believe he got a pin. Yeah.
So, I don't know whether that's mom or sis or what, but she acts.
Yeah, she's
excited.
Excited. She's going to do this again on Saturday. That is one of the best scenes when your kid or your kid you're coaching or somebody you know wins in the championship semis to advance to state, or the Conso semis to advance top 4 to go to state. Those matches are amazing, and the parent reaction's amazing.
So I think we have concluded just about everything other than mat 3. I don't see.
Yeah, I was going to say there should be one more match because I know Blanchester's got another. Well, you know what? I'm wondering. I really wish somebody would come up here and tell us the details on that 140-pound match, because I don't see him out there warming up, and I'm wondering if they disqualified him completely, which means he's done.
That's strange. So that concludes tonight's broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Everybody's clearing out. And that is an absolute shame, because
frustrating, that's for sure.
It's frustrating and confusing, but they'll figure it out, I guess.
And we'll try to get some information and pass it along to you, but it doesn't appear that he's going to wrestle.
No, he's not out there, and all the officials are walking off, so I think we're done.
All right.
We'll do this again tomorrow at 3:30?
We will, Brian. So,
all right, I'll be here then. I don't have conferences tomorrow, so.
All right. Well, we thank everybody that tuned in and watched our stream tonight, and we'll be back on the air at about, I don't know, probably about 3:10 to warm up, and with wrestling at 3:30. So for Campus Nation, for Dean Thompson down on the floor, and for Brian and Rick, bye, everybody.